Good morning. Can I please ask everyone participating telephonically to please mute your phones or computers? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This meeting is now called to order at 9 a.m. We'll now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer in recognition of San Joaquin County Superior Court Judge Brett H. Morgan, who passed away on August 28, 2020. Honorable Judge Morgan was appointed to the Superior Court bench in December of 2010, presiding over felony and misdemeanor domestic violence, felony preliminary hearings and motions, collaborative court and drug court, juvenile delinquency, and mental health calendars. And San Joaquin County Information Systems Operations Shift Manager Steve Brown, who passed away September 4th, 2020. Mr. Brown had an easygoing, reassuring demeanor when answering the phone for the ISD help desk. Combined with his incredible width and breadth of ISD technology knowledge, he was greatly regarded in his role as a customer service representative. And Probation Officer 3, Michael Neely, who also passed away September 4th, 2020. Officer Neely had over 16 years of experience with San Joaquin County Probation Department, being first hired in 2004 as a juvenile detention officer assistant, promoting through the ranks to Probation Officer 3. Thank you. Supervisor Wynn, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today? Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of September 15th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Wynn?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Chair Miller?
Here. Thank you. We're going to move on to recognitions and presentations. Today we are proclaiming September 2020 as First Responder Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County, and I'd like to ask the clerk to introduce the item and read the recognition, please.
Thank you, Chair Miller. The proclamation reads, whereas many residents across San Joaquin County have benefited from the courageous service of our first responders, and whereas law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency personnel work as our first line of defense every day, protecting our communities and ensuring our safety, regardless of the peril or hazard to themselves. And whereas lives are saved as a direct result of the existing training, extensive training, rapid emergency deployment, and coordinated efforts of our first responders. And whereas the residents of San Joaquin County rely on the dedicated professionalism of first responders to preserve the peace and secure the safety and well-being of us all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim September 2020 as First Responder Appreciation Month, to honor and celebrate the contributions and sacrifices made by all first responders in San Joaquin County, presented this 15th day of September 2020.
This year, normally we have representatives from all the various first responders here, and we make a presentation and we extend our thanks to all the men and women of their agencies. Because of COVID, we weren't able to do that this year, and so we tried to think of what could we do that would properly acknowledge the incredible work that that these folks do on behalf of the residents of San Joaquin County. And we decided to produce a video, a thanks video, recognition and thanks. I'd like to thank Tim and Barbara Daly from Daily Video for helping us. We're gonna run the video now for everyone to watch, and it will be available on our website. But we hope that the very sincere thanks from all the members of the board and everyone that participated in this video shines through. Clerk, would you please roll the video?
I always tell them, remember two primary things that badge should stand for, and that's courage
and compassion. Leading the Stockton Police Department has been an absolute honor for me because of the men and women who put their lives on the line every single day. They do this profession because it's noble and honorable, and I'm just so proud of the work that they're doing out there all the time.
Having been a first responder for over 37 years, I can tell you no one can experience through a TV program or movie what they go through on a daily basis. To respond to an incident without knowing what they're going to encounter is something that I appreciate and certainly recognize that their dedication to our community makes us safer. You are really the backbone of our community, and without you, what would society and what would our communities and residents do without your help? Thank you again for all that you do.
What makes me most proud to be a paramedic in San Joaquin County is that I'm able to serve the community that I also live in, that we're able to help those in need and make people feel safe during these times of uncertainty. It's the best job in the world. It is the most rewarding experience I've ever had in my career. The care and the comfort we can provide, I can't imagine another job that's anything even close.
Whether you are an emergency medical technician, a police officer, or a firefighter, on behalf of all residents of 5th Supervisorial District, thank you for all you do to keep our communities safe and to come to our aid in our times of greatest need, even though doing so may put you personally in great peril.
Well, we're very fortunate here at the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office. The men and women that work here are amazing people who took this job because they care about people and they want to stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves, and they want to take care of those who have made a mistake but want to turn their life around. So whether they've made mistakes and they're in custody or they're out on the street and need our help, we're here to take care of them and work with them so that they can live their lives safely.
Our first responders are the very same people that step up above the call of duty when there's a challenge, whenever there's a risk, whenever there's something dangerous, whenever somebody needs extra anything in the community. It's those first responders, those on the front line that step up and help out. We thank you.
It's very rewarding to go to a house fire and be able to save, obviously, the life, but property, valuables that they've had for many, many years, and to get the feeling of the property owner coming to you and saying thank you. It's very rewarding. We always say that's our job. That's why you pay taxes. We're here to protect what you have.
To all the first responders, I want to tell you how much we appreciate you. Whether it be morning, day, or night, you guys are always there for us. Sheriff's Department, police officers, CHP, fire department, you guys are truly the heroes of this county. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you. We want to thank you for everything you do.
What brings me the most satisfaction about being a CHP officer is being able to interact with people, with the community, doing presentations for kids. Also, it's being that light in sometimes their darkest times.
See, for me, it's getting out into the community and providing that service that they need. Whether it's as simple as helping them change a flat tire or doing CPR life-saving measures. We are there to help provide that service for our community.
Every minute of every day, San Joaquin County residents dial 911, knowing that you will respond. We understand that you give up time with your own families to make sure that the scariest moments faced by our families are just a little less scary. And sometimes you risk your own lives to do that. Please know how deeply we appreciate your sacrifice and your service. Thank you.
This badge has great honor in that we are the guardians for our community.
So I'm going to ask the board if you'd like to add anything to our comments. Supervisor Wynn?
Well, I think it was well said by all five of us, and our great appreciation for our first responders. I have to take note, obviously, of the shooting of the two LA County deputies, how dangerous this job is. And not just that, but certainly our firefighters and our first responders, paramedics, et cetera. So what I said in the video, you cannot experience what they go through by watching movies and TV. It is that commitment and courage that make them very special and certainly help us to live our daily lives. So again, thank you all for what you do. And I know each one of them would say, as Chief Martell says, it's their job, but it is something that they are committed to, and we greatly appreciate their dedication.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. just want to thank you to all the first responders, especially right now when we're going through fires and protests, and the 2 officers that we lost in LA. It's a tough time right now, and you guys wake up every day and make it happen. We just want to thank you, let you know how much we appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. Yes, I just would like to say that we can't thank our first responders enough for the job that they do. When others are fleeing the scene of an accident or a disaster, it's our first responders who are running toward that accident or disaster to lend aid, to provide the help that everyone needs when we're most in danger or most in need of assistance. So thank you for all that you do.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. September 11 was just several days ago, and for us to honor and have a dedication to our front line, our first responders, those that jump up and answer the call of duty, that go above and beyond, as pointed out, in perilous situations. In some capacity or another, we all knew everybody that had perished in September 11 because they were Americans. They lived here. They shared the same dream. They shared the country. They shared the flag. They shared the freedom that this great country enjoys thanks to those that serve this country, both in the military and serve in their community. And it was interesting this morning, just as I was thinking about what to say, because this is monumental. It's really special that we can honor those frontline first responders. And normally it's great that many of them are able to be here. We could shake hands and they could see some of our appreciation. Hopefully some are listening and they see the video. It's a reflection of our recognition to them. On the radio this morning, there was David Bowie's "We Could Be Heroes Just for One Day." And some of us in our lives may have circumstances that come about and we might have a heroic moment. But every single day, those on the front line, those that are sitting in the back of the room, those that are serving, those that are sitting by the radio waiting for a call, every single day, they are our heroes. I consider them the finest and the bravest. I know we all do. We recognize and appreciate them. I think that there's something dramatically amiss in this country when you've got officers being attacked, you've got them being ridiculed, you've got them being disrespected. And this is a moment where we can recognize and appreciate them. And this is something that all communities should be doing, because without those that are willing to serve this community, we are in a lot of trouble. So thank you and appreciate you. And God bless you all.
Thank you. I would just like to add my thanks not only to our first responders, but to their families. I have a brother that is a firefighter in Southern California and was recently deployed through mutual aid to the wildfire in Tuolumne County, and that's a regular occurrence. At least once or twice every year, he and his crews are deployed to fight these horrific wildfires, and our whole family is on high alert. We have a text chain that goes around, and anytime anyone hears from him, everybody is paying attention. So thank you not just to our first responders, but also to all the folks that you leave at home who wonder if you're coming back. So thank you. We really mean it. Okay, we are going to recognize another first responder now, Lodi Police Officer Erica Uria, for heroism from rescue with her incredible efforts to rescue an individual from an ongoing train in Lodi. I'm going to ask the clerk to introduce and read the recognition, and I believe we have both Officer Uria and Lodi Police Chief Brucia on the phone, if I'm not mistaken. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's commendation reads, whereas on August 14th, 2020, at around 8:45 a.m., Officer Erica Uria of the Lodi Police Department approached a man in a wheelchair on the railroad tracks near Lodi Avenue. And whereas the man's wheelchair was stuck in the tracks as the crossing arms were coming down, and an oncoming Union Pacific train was fast approaching. And whereas, within seconds, Officer Urea rushed from her patrol car and pulled the man to safety as the train flew past the intersection, striking the wheelchair. And whereas, the man suffered a leg injury and is recovering thanks to the heroic effort and quick action taken by Officer Urea. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Lodi Police Officer Erica Urea for her heroic effort to save a man's life and for her continued service to the residents of Lodi and San Joaquin County, presented this 15th day of September 2020. And Madam Chair, I can check to see if Officer Urea is available on the teleconference call.
Great, thank you. I'm going to just provide a little bit of background on Officer Urea. She began her law enforcement career as a cadet with the Lodi Police Department. In July of 2006, she was hired as a police officer trainee and attended the Sacramento County Sheriff's Training Academy. During her 14-plus year career with the Lodi Police Department, she's worked a variety of assignments, including patrol, investigations, and range master. Officer Urea has been a cadet advisor for the last 2 years and is a member of the UAS team and the LPD Awards Committee. This is not the first recognition that Officer Urea has received as an officer. She's received 4 letters of commendation during her tenure and 1 letter of appreciation. 1 letter of recommendation recognized her for her involvement in the investigation of the 2008 Bank of America robbery. Her teamwork and attention to detail helped bring this case to a successful conclusion. This was the first Lodi Bank robbery where a GPS device was located among the stolen cash. Most recently, she was recognized for her role as the primary investigator in the Gregor homicide. Her work ethic and willingness to familiarize herself with the Riederich homicide were also noted. These are only a few examples of Officer Urea's dedication to the Lodi Police Department and to the citizens of Lodi. Do we have her on the line?
Officer Urea, if you're available.
Hi, yes, thank you very much.
I don't know if you'd like to make a few comments, Officer, but please know we are very grateful for your service, and we have tremendous appreciation for this latest heroic action of yours.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate everything, and I mean, like I said before, I mean, I was just doing that. Wasn't expecting it to get as big as it has, but I just, thank you to everyone. And I know that the men and women that I work with at the Lodi Police Department would have done the same thing. But thank you very much to everyone.
Great, thank you. Does the board have any comments? Supervisor Villapudua?
Sure. Officer Reed, I just want to thank you for your heroism. You sound like an amazing person, and all I can say is wow. I mean, you're amazing. Thank you for your help, for what you do for our community.
Supervisor Patty?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Officer Urea, I'm wondering, would you like to reveal your true identity as perhaps Wonder Woman? You're doing an outstanding job. We're very proud to have you doing all of the service that you perform on a daily basis, especially this moment of heroism, and something, just another fine example of what you or your fellow officers would be doing, and we greatly thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Obviously, I know you believe you're just doing your job, but for us, obviously, this is just one other courageous act that we can see exemplifying our law enforcement agencies. 2 things in your career that I'm extremely impressed about, in addition to your awards investigations, is one that obviously you decided at a young age to become a police officer, which many have done in regards to their future. The second part, which I also find very encouraging, is your work with the youth. And I think this is probably one of the more important areas today is to work with our youth, not only to establish relationships, more importantly, to recruit for our future police officers. So congratulations again, and thank you for what you do on a daily basis.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Officer Urea. Congratulations on your recognition, and thank you for your excellent example of why we honor our first responders this month and why we so appreciate them all the time. It was your quick thinking and bravery under pressure that allowed you to save this person's life. So we just thank you for all that you've done and continue to do.
Thank you. Thank you again, Officer Urea, and thanks for being here virtually with us today.
Thank you very much to everyone.
Okay, next up is a presentation by our Information System Division regarding the 18th Annual Digital County Survey conducted by the Center for Digital Government. And we're going to hear from Director Chris Cruz. Good morning, Mr. Cruz.
Good morning. I'm conflicted on which chair to sit in. Since I'm left-handed, I'll go to the left seat. These left-handed people are in their right minds. Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the board. Chris Cruz, Information Systems Director, San Joaquin County. Well, I'm pleased to announce that in this year's 2020 digital survey, San Joaquin County has improved its regional score to number 7. And that represents our best status to date since we started implementing and participating in this process in 2013. And we're also the number 2 county now in demographics here in California, from 500,000 up to 1 million. I think the significance of this is about digital information and transformation that the Digital Center for Digital Government, as well as the National Association of Counties, is really representing the work that we're doing and driving innovation and transformation in San Joaquin County and transitioning to digital capabilities and services as we effectuate change across the county. I think the significance of this change is we're looking at digital services and more online services for our constituents and living in a world that's now gone virtual. And how do we align those virtual capabilities and automation to ensure our constituents are getting the services that they have, driving and spurring and innovating within economic development, ensuring we're putting the county and its citizens in the right place to move forward and create efficiencies. So I'm very proud of the Information Systems Division team as they continue to be the rock of delivering services for the county, and we'll continue to improve our innovation and transformation moving forward. And I expect with the implementation of our barge here in the Port of Stockton and driving to the first data center, which is truly green, that will help drive and spur economic development for the county, as well as our digital survey and our digital services plan that we plan to release in October of this year. So we're thinking regionally, we're thinking economically as a partnership. I believe we're stronger together in terms of the things that we want to accomplish here in the county, and we'll continue to do so and taking the constituent into high regards. So again, thank you for the recognition from the Digital County Survey. We're going to continue to improve our score. Hopefully we'll be back up here next year talking about a score that gets us into the top 3 as we continue to innovate San Joaquin County. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the great work.
Appreciate that.
Any other board members wish to comment? Supervisor Wynn?
I just want to thank Chris and your staff for the work you do. I also want to recognize the RISE meeting that you held last week. I think you're doing an outstanding job in regards to collaboration with the cities, and I see this combined effort will make San Joaquin County and our cities the leaders not only in California but the United States. So again, and I also would have to thank our department heads, because they are also implementing a lot of these technological advances. So I think in concert with what your staff and what they're doing, I think San Joaquin County is really one of the leaders, I believe, not only in the state but the country. So again, thank you, and thank you to your staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. And as I should mention, it is a true partnership with the department heads here, and we're working collaboratively to move the county forward. So thanks for mentioning that.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. So congratulations, Director Cruz, on the outstanding results from the 18th Annual Digital County Survey, and thank you for all that you're doing to coordinate this effort to improve not only the efficiency of the county government here, but just the attractiveness of the entire county as a place where innovation occurs, making it more attractive for those quality businesses to come that will contribute to our positive economic development in the future. So thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Elliott.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. Chris, I just want to say congratulations. You and your staff are doing a great job for this county and for the people of this district. Great job, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. In a rapidly changing world of technology, to stay ahead of it and to be as connected and progressive as you are and your team, it serves our county very well. We're fortunate. We're proud of you and glad to see all the great innovation and incorporation that you're bringing into our county and for services and for the utilization of this great technology. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. There's more to come.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the hard work, and we'll look forward to hearing more.
Excellent. Thank you,
Great.
Supervisor
Thank
Miller.
you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and any matters listed on the consent agenda. Public comments limited to 250 words or less may be submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors. We will make every attempt to read comments that are received during this meeting. However, if they are not received in time and cannot be read, they will be included in the record of the board meeting. Clerk, have we received any public comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have. The first one that I'm going to read is in regard to the draft minutes of August 18th, and I'll address the comments after I read them. It says, Dear Supervisors and Clerk of the Board, please be advised that the draft minutes of the August 18th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Supervisors contain certain errors regarding the public hearing for the Stevenson appeal from the Planning Commission's approval of the Kusalakari use permit number PA 1800177. First, the appeal was brought by Sue and Craig Stevenson and not the, quote, CDD, end quote, as reported in the draft minutes. 2, the draft minutes fail to mention that following closed session and subsequent to the correction of the vote, the board reconsidered and held a revote, resulting in a 2-to-1-to-2 vote in favor of a motion by Supervisor Elliott to allow the Stevenson appeal. And 3, the draft minutes incorrectly refer to Resolution R2139 as having approved the resolution when in fact R2139 denied the appeal. A copy of R2139 has been attached to this email. I respectfully request that these changes be made prior to approval of the August 18th draft minutes submitted by Brian McNamara on behalf of Jim Kahn. So, Madam Chair, the appeal was brought by the Community Development Department before the Board of Supervisors, as is customary on agenda items. And 2, the draft minutes do mention the conclusion of the final vote that was considered by the board after the closed session. And I did double check the resolution that was processed, and it does appear that that does need to be corrected. So there are additional public comments that I'll read now.
Great, thank you.
The next comment is by Lindsay Runnels, who writes, Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm writing as a parent of school-aged children and a concerned citizen over the long-standing closure of our schools. I ask the board to evaluate real data within our county and make a determination, separate from the governor, as to whether or not a state of emergency exists in our county. It is my belief that the state framework for measuring COVID-19 is flawed and that this ensuing lockdown of schools harms our children and our communities. I ask that you consider the immediate reopening of all our county K through 12 schools for the health, mental, and social well-being of our children. Andrea Colvalita Pinkham, SEIU 1021 Field Representative, writes, I am writing you on behalf of the operating room technicians at San Joaquin General Hospital. They are not only chronically understaffed and embarrassingly underpaid, they are missing an essential tool to do their job. The service elevators that the technicians use to bring up clean surgical instruments and return dirty instruments has been broken on and off since March. This puts patients' lives in danger. In order to conduct surgery, surgeons need instruments. These instruments come on case carts. Empty, they weigh approximately 200 pounds. Loaded with instruments, they can easily weigh 300 to 400 pounds. With the service elevators broken, techs are forced to take patient elevators, which are not equipped for the heavy rolling carts. As a result, the carts frequently get stuck, forcing a technician to attempt to lift them. Since they are not taking the normal route through the hospital, they have to push the cart through manually opening doors, taxing their bodies further. When the case is done, they need to take the heavy cart back down to be cleaned and sterilized. With an average of 20 cases a day, that is 20 times up and 20 times down. During surgery, when an instrument is needed, an already short-staffed department has to send someone running down 3 flights of stairs to the basement to get the instrument and running back up again. Simultaneously, the doctor is yelling because not everything was ready. Come on, San Joaquin General Hospital. You can do better than this. Fix the elevators. The next comment is by April Adams of Escalon, California, who writes, I have been advocating for students for many years as a teacher, mom, substitute, and friend. Please join me in advocating for our San Joaquin County residents. I am so excited for some of these waivers to be approved for our young students. I am the mother of a senior at Escalon High School and an 8th grader at El Portal Middle School in Escalon. The thing that has been the most sad for me to watch is the gradual checking out of students. We have been in Zoom school for just over a month, and I am afraid it is losing its appeal. This way of learning can only suffice for so long. I am delighted that some sports are allowed to condition on campuses throughout our county, except they can't because of the air quality. It would boost students' morale so much if small groups of student leaders, students who need extra help, etc., were permitted to be on campus for specific things. One example might be for ASB officers to sit 6 feet apart and hold a meeting to be live streamed, or FFA officers to do the same thing. I see this as more safe than a conditioning practice. Could a teacher have a cohort of no more than 14 at the high school level so as to have some live interactions? Supervisor Wynn and the rest of the supervisors, please work with us around the county in advocating for San Joaquin County residents' mental, physical, and emotional health, and let us know how we can work together to accomplish our common goal of getting them back to the classrooms. These students are suffering. They are all zoomed out and need the live interactions. The next comment is by Jennifer Frenzia, who writes, I have 3 children in public school, 2 of which are high schoolers and 1 middle schooler. This extended quarantine has taken an emotional toll on each of my children, and I am by no means strict with their social engagements. My children, who are otherwise eager and interested in school, have zero connection to their teachers via the online platforms, where normally they strive to achieve teacher-student relationships, excellent grades, and athletic performance goals. They have now lost all ambition in all said areas. Their lives have been turned upside down. They have lost trust in our system. I fear that this will have scarred them for life. Listen, we now have the data and know the mortality rate of COVID in our youth is less than the common flu. Let the healthy kids get back to normalcy, or at least give families the option. Let's continue to build herd immunity in our state and stop prolonging this pandemic. Hospital mitigation has been successful. We know people will get sick, but 99% or more of us will move on without problems. This has gone on long enough. It's time to let people choose. The next comment is, my name is Michael Aguirre. I live in District 1, and I am an engineer in the Public Works Department. I noticed that over the past 4 years, the base salary of an office assistant has increased by roughly $350, but the salary of the now vacant assistant county administrator suddenly increased by roughly $11,000. Indeed, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. If this is proven leadership, then want something else. The next comment is by Jamie Van Groningen of Van Groningen and Sons Incorporated, who writes, 6 months, half of a year. That's the amount of childhood our kids have been robbed of. We don't get that back. They don't get that back. We need to fight for our kids' childhoods. My kids have been back at day camp for a week now. Quote, it feels like prison, end quote. Quote, we just want our teachers in our classrooms to teach so we don't have internet lag, end quote. Quote, I haven't learned anything during distance learning, end quote. end quote. I miss my teammates, end quote. I miss Friday night football, end quote. I miss living my life, end quote. I'm worried about my friend such and such. She is so depressed, end quote. These are some of the phrases I noted from 1 week of school. I use the term school loosely because the kids aren't learning what they should be. You can help them. It's your job. Ripon has so few cases, but since they are lumped in with Stockton, they will never be back to normal. Figure out a way to get these kids back to living. Thank you. The next quote is anonymous and writes, national COVID cases falling, California COVID cases falling, San Joaquin County COVID cases falling, yet schools remain closed and youth activities halted. You lump towns like Escalon and Ripon with 100 and 182 cases respectively, in with cities like Stockton that's nearing 9,000. How is that fair to the children who live over 20 uninhabited miles away? Be a leader, Supervisor Wynn. Fight for your constituents. The governor said this was a local issue. Use the spirit of his intentions to support the children of your district. Let them go to school. Let them have some activities, because they only have one chance at childhood and they are paying the hardest price of anyone. The next comment is by Wendy Frink, who writes, I live in the Linden Unified School District with my husband and 2 teenage kids. My kids are fortunate to have parents who have instilled in them the importance of hard work and learning. So many other children in this county do not have that reality and are falling further behind. I'm tired of hearing Dr. Park and supervisors defer to the state, saying there's nothing they can do if the state dictates what our status is. I disagree. It is an action by our local Board of Supervisors to, quote, request the governor to proclaim a, quote, state of emergency, end quote, when in the opinion of the Director of Emergency Services, the locally available resources are considered to be inadequate to cope with the emergency. I have not heard evidence to support the ongoing local state of emergency. I request the Board of Supervisors identify objectives based on our county's ability to cope and set a course to meet those objectives if they haven't already been met. Revisit the declaration and, quote, proclaim the termination of a local emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant, end quote. Placer County recently voted 5-0 to end their state of emergency. The curve in our county has been flattened for some time now. We will face ongoing mental health and developmental challenges for our children, as well as fiscal destruction of our economy because this cure is proving worse than the illness. Tracy Miller writes, Dear Committee, I write once again to ask that you assist us in getting the children of Escalon Unified School District back to school for in-person learning immediately. As a mom of 2 very bright and motivated students, I see firsthand how distance learning is depriving my boys of a quality education. I see anxiety in both of them, caused by the fact that they are not getting the instruction that they need to be as successful as they want to be. Every test they take is met with stress, not the typical how will I do, but a new type of stress coming from the fact that they are lacking proper instruction from their teachers due to distance learning. They are not able to develop relationships with their teachers, which would help their teachers in knowing how to assist each individual personality. We experience ongoing technological glitches and lack of grace from their teachers due to things beyond our control. Frustration levels are rising, causing tension at home. This can all be helped. Do the right thing and fight for our kids. This is not fair to them. And the next comment is by Tom Mosia, who writes, I write to you today in utter frustration of the COVID reporting numbers. Although the governor promised these county statistics would be updated every Tuesday, it seems that some counties, including San Joaquin County, have not updated the data on the map in, at this writing, 10 days, as seen on the screenshot attached to this email. Why? The community is trying to do their part, yet SJPHS is lagging way behind in reporting data. How is anyone supposed to calculate 14 days of consecutive numbers if they won't even update the map on the website weekly? This is unacceptable, and at this rate, the economy will never open. Please advise. And Madam Chair, that concludes the public comments that we've received today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next up is approval of minutes. We are looking at the minutes of August 4th and August 18th, and as the clerk has noted, the minutes of August 18th
would be approved as corrected, which is by attaching the appropriate resolution, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I am looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Gotcha.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. Thank you. We have no appointments today for boards or commissions, and so we're going to move to our COVID-19 discussion and briefing. I'm going to ask Dr. Park to come down. Give us an update. Good morning, Dr. Park.
The one from 2 weeks ago. Do you have? Sorry. Okay, I do try to change the look of this cover page just so I know what week I'm in, and I recognized the yellow for last week. Okay, so updates for today. Our case rates continue to climb little by little, and this curve is the one that just keeps going up and up because we keep adding to it. So we'll never go down, but this is just one way of looking at our case rates. And the number this morning was 19,564. So this I clipped from yesterday. But that's the total number of COVID positive cases we've had confirmed so far to date. This is another way of looking at it, and when you look at it this way, you can see that indeed our cases are going down. If you look at the blue bars, those represent the cases by onset date. So if you call a person and do your disease investigation and ask them when did their symptoms start, or by the collection date of the specimen. So that is a color that I like to look at to see in reality how our cases are going down. The other color is the date in which we received the actual result. And I show this slide to you today to show you that even recently we're getting spikes in that, as sometimes the state is putting information in on the later side. They are auto-correcting and they're backfilling in data. And we might get a result today from somebody who was positive a few weeks ago. So that explains why we have this issue with backfill and why sometimes the numbers look really low, but for a particular day, and then if you wait a week or two, you'll see what the real numbers are for that particular day. So it takes some time to have all the data really loaded into CalReady on the state side and then our side. But if you follow the blue with your eyes, you'll see that in general, we've definitely come down since mid-July when we had our peak. This, as usual, is the data we get from our EMS agency, which shows the number of people in hospitals right now, and the blue line shows that we have now 59 people as of yesterday in our 7 hospitals for COVID. And out of those 59 who are hospitalized for COVID, 24 of them, which is the red line, are in our ICUs. So whereas we had that peak again in mid-July in the 260s, we have progressively come down with a few bumps here and there where we go back up and come back down. But in overall pictures that we've come down very nicely, and it's very impressive the fact that we've been able to get our hospitals out from under this surge. We fell under 100% capacity in our ICUs on September 11th, and so for 5 days we've remained under 100% ICU capacity in the 90s. So just want to remind you, do a little recap of the tiers. There are 4 tiers for which we are now being graded by the state. They're tier 1, 2, 3, 4, going from most restrictive to least restrictive, and we remain in the most restrictive tier, which is the purple tier or tier 1. And there are 2 metrics that are being followed, and this is the case rate per 100,000 per day over a 7-day average with the 7-day lag in calculation. Again, that 7-day lag, because of that factor where you have some time to backfill, so the state knows that there's that it's proper to take a lag when you're doing your calculations to wait up for all of the cases to really be filled in over time. The second measure is the testing positivity rate. Again, over a 7-day average with a 7-day lag. And as you recall, when this first got posted at the end of August, we had a case rate of above 16, and we had a positivity rate of 11.3. And this is what posted last Tuesday, and of course we didn't have a meeting last Tuesday, but as the state said, this would be posted every Tuesday. So last Tuesday was the first time that they did a first week update, and today some new numbers will be posted again. So we'll continue to update on Tuesdays and all the other days of the week. If you check the website, it's not going to be any different. So this is what showed up last Tuesday, was that we have a positive case rate of now 11.4, down very nicely from 16, and that we have a positivity rate of 9.1, which came down from 11.3. But if you look at the tiers, you'll see that we're still above the 7 per day case rate and above the 8% positivity rate to make it out of purple. So we're still in purple. You'll note that they're also posting an adjusted case rate, which is the number that is actually used to determine which tier you're in, and I will explain that adjustment. So our numbers that are used for determining the tiers are actually not 11.4 and 9.1, but the 12.6 and 9.1%. So this is now all publicly available information, as the state decided a week ago to make it public, to show how each county is faring, and you can go to the CDPH website and find this California blueprint data chart, and all 58 counties are listed with the metrics that are being used for this tier system. And I just took a clip of the top of that, but I'll show you ours now. So for the week that posted last Tuesday, September 8th, this is the data that was used. If you look, I'll take you point by point. County is San Joaquin. The date of the tier assignment was 9/8/2020. The updated tier status was that we were still in purple, tier 1, with data being pulled on 9/7, the Monday before. So the day before it was posted. The number of weeks meeting criteria for the higher tier is still 0. We haven't met we had not met any red metrics yet as of last week, so we did not have any credits towards the red. Number of weeks meeting criteria for lower tier is a dash, because there is no lower tier than purple. Previous tier status had been that we were in purple when the assessment had been made at the end of August. And the tier for week ending 8/29, using linear adjustment, was that we were still in purple at tier 1. Our testing positivity was 9.1%, and they exclude state prisons from this metric. And the case rate used for tier, adjusted using linear adjustment, was 12.6. So again, 9.1 and 12.6. So if you keep following along that bar, it will tell you that our unadjusted case rate had been 11.4. So that was the true number of people who were testing positive per day per 100,000 population in our county. We received a linear adjustment factor of 1.102. So they multiplied 11.4 by 1.102 because we had not met the state average. So if you see here, the state average was said to be 217.9 tests per 100,000 population per day. And at the end of that week, we had done 162.1 tests per 100,000 population per day on average. As I said last time that I was here, the state was going to use an adjustment factor to reward counties that were testing above this average and give you a number less than 1.0 and multiply that against your real number to give you a corrected case rate. They then decided that for counties that were testing below the average and not meeting the average, we're going to get a punitive case adjustment factor. So that's new. And so anybody that's not testing at that state average of 217 had their real case number multiplied by a number above 1.0. So since we were at 162 and not 217, we got a penalty factor of 1.102. So our 11.4 was multiplied by 1.102 to give us an adjusted case rate of 12.6. And as I said, that adjusted number is the number that is used to determine the tier that you're in. The state is using a population size of 782,545 for our county. So I tried to put this in map formation because last week I didn't have the little red light to mark where I was trying to show you on the map, and so I put A's and L's and P's. I don't do a good job putting them in, so they're kind of up and down. This took me a very long time, and I just gave up on making it look perfect. But to explain to you the numbers that came out on September 8th. So the A's represent the assessment week. Okay, so the assessment week was the week that ended August 29th. So the A's are the 7 days for which we were being assessed. The L, I used L for lag because that was the 7-day lag. And then the P are the 3 days that the state says they need to do processing and posting. In other words, they need those days to process your numbers from the A week, the assessment week, and they pull the numbers on the Monday before, calculate what your numbers are going to look like in the bars above, and post it on the 8th. So assessment week, a lag week, and then it gets posted, processed and posted. This is the way the state has explained it to us. I know that when I was here 2 weeks ago, I think I misspoke when I said that numbers that showed on the 8th would be from the week prior, but it's actually the 2 weeks prior because there is this lag. So whatever we see that we're doing this week, and as we see that we're doing better and better, I can kind of predict what our numbers will be 2 weeks from now and what will show on the Tuesday and the 22nd. So I try to foresee that by looking at the numbers we have now. But this is an explanation of how numbers are getting posted. So this is the adjustment factor that the state came up with, and this they did with the Harvard epidemiologist who has helped them through this process. And initially the punitive factor was going to be greater, with it going from 1 to 2. And with a lot of pushback, they made it smaller, and so the punitive factor goes from 1 to 1.4. And if you look underneath that table, you can see that I confirmed the calculation. We had done 162 tests on average, and the state average was 217, which was right at about 0.775. And for being at 0.75, we did get that 1.1 penalty factor. So the previous goal for attestation, back when we attested to move through stage or phase 2 at an accelerated rate, was that we were able to demonstrate that we could do 150 tests per 100,000 per day. We are still above that ask when we do 162 tests per 100,000 per day. We've been above that for several months now, meeting that metric that we use for attestation. Back when we attested that we were able to do that, the ask was that we could show capacity to do that. But now, instead of just showing that we have the lab capacity to do that many tests, we are being asked to actually show that we're doing the test, not just that we have the capacity to do it. So in the past, saying that we needed to do 150 tests per 100,000 per day and using the population size that the state has assigned to us, we needed to do 1,173 tests a day. The performance that we were shown to have made for the week ending August 29th which posted September 8th, was that we had done 162 tests per 100,000. So we had done 1,267 tests. We had the capacity to test, and we actually did test at that former rate that we were being asked to test at. But now, to meet the state average of 217, we needed to have done 1,698 tests that week. This is now being changed to a median number starting today. So instead of using the average, which is taking all of the counties' numbers and just dividing by 58 counties, they're going to start using the median, which is just lining up all the 58 counties and taking that middle number. They feel that this is more fair. And once they figure out what that middle number is, they post it, and that will be fixed for 4 weeks so that you have some time to try to make that metric. That is to be posted today. Starting today, they will be using median instead of average. So late last night, I got an email that showed us what is going to be posted today. And so I clipped this in late last night, and it shows for the tier assessment that was assessed yesterday, they're always going to assess on Mondays. We are again staying in purple at tier 1. If you follow your eye, though, we made it to a red metric with testing positivity of 7.1 for the week ending 2 weeks ago. So this is great news, but we have to have both metrics, the testing positivity and the case rate, be in the red in order to get a week's worth of credit towards the next week. So that's how it works. Again, we suffered a small penalty factor of 1.078 because our real case rate was 8.8, and with the penalty factor, we're at a case rate of 9.5. Now, using the median didn't really seem to change because although the average was 217, the median turned out to be 216. But we did better. Instead of testing at 162, the state says we had tested 174 per 100,000 per day that week. So this is what will be showing up today on the state's website. So, Chair Miller, you asked me exactly what were the numbers for our county, what do we need to achieve. So we ran some calculations, and this is just, easy math. Using the population of 782,545, the case rate that we need to achieve is 7 cases per 100,000 per day, which is 55 cases per day. So about 385 new cases per week is the number that we need to have. Of course, it would be one strategy to say if we don't test, we will get there, but then they're also using the fact that we have to test in order to make sure that nobody cheats. And so there is that penalty factor. So we have to keep testing. We have to keep doing what is the right thing to do, which is to keep testing even your asymptomatics and get your real numbers in and know what your real prevalence rates are. And of course, the other rate that we have to meet is this positivity rate of 8%. So the epidemiologists at Public Health have graphed it out this way to show us where we are right now. As I said, we needed to do about 55 cases per day, and for the week that started August 30th and ended around September 7th, we were at 62.11 cases per 100,000 by week. And so that turns out to be about 69 cases per day, 486 cases per week. And as I said, we need to be at about 385 new confirmed cases per week while we increase our testing, and we are at 486, but it's the lowest we've been at in quite some time if you look at this graph. I'm really hoping that there's not a bump in this graph in the next week or two from Labor Day gatherings, but we will see. Everyone is predicting that because there were people who had gatherings for Labor Day and there were some large gatherings across the state, that statewide counties will be seeing a bump in a week or two from those gatherings. But I'm really hoping that this overall trend is that we stay on a downward path. So you may recall that this was the snapshot tool that I used, which was, only accessible to some with the password, but they did, as they promised, changed it. Instead of looking at your case rate under 200, they now are looking at the new metric, which is instead of 200 per 100,000 over 14 days, trying to achieve 7 per 100,000 per day, daily average. And this I snipped yesterday, so this is what I would assume would be where we're at 2 weeks from now, with that lag and with the way they're doing the calculations. And what I snipped yesterday is that the state has us at a case rate of 9.7. This is without knowing what the actual adjustment with the new coefficient will be. But I didn't do that calculation, but they're saying it's going to be a fixed number, so I'm assuming that that average of 200, that median of 216 stays. I don't yet know how many tests we did this week to see what coefficient is going to be used for us, against us, or for us. And our testing positivity rate remains in the red this week at 7.3%. I've noticed that this number, if you check back, changes over time for the same date that you pulled it, because if you actually drag your cursor along the blue bars, even the state updates this. So what showed as yesterday's number at 9.7 could be different by next week, even for the same day. So I can't say for sure that this is where we'll be in 2 weeks, but this is what showed up on Snapshot yesterday. So that brings me to the point that we do need to continue testing. And I know that there's still some confusion out there in the public as to where you can get tested. We have this on our homepage of sjcphs.org. The public health homepage has this. But for anyone who's still looking, I posted again, and the free testing sites are at the bottom. As you can see, we still have OptumServe at Lodi Library. We have the Project Baseline, or Verily, at Rite Aid, as Chair Miller noted last time, and also at the San Joaquin General Hospital parking lot. We have Planned Parenthood in the city of Tracy, and then CVS in Manteca. And I do encourage people to check out the websites because sometimes things change, but these have been available for some time, and they're still available. And for OptumServe and Verily, best to make appointments. You will soon see that the Verily website will have a new site, as the state is offering us a Verily mobile testing van. So when you go to that website, Project Baseline, we're hoping that this becomes a reality. And this is what we're working on right now. And they're calling it Verily Mobile. This is tentative, and so I don't want to say for sure that this is what's going to happen. We have some alternatives, but this is what we're looking at now. So the state, as they said to us, wanted to put mobile testing units in the Central Valley to help with increased testing. And they wanted to give it to 8 counties that they had targeted, and they had promised that to us. So they've been working through some contracts. There's been a whole lot of back and forth. But in the end, what they landed on was getting us a Verily mobile testing unit and offering us Mondays. So, for example, San Joaquin would have Mondays, Fresno might have Tuesdays, Stanislaus Wednesdays, Merced Thursdays. This van's going to move around. But they wanted us to have 1 day a week where it would be here in San Joaquin County. They don't want that site to move. I thought it would be nice to have them in a different place every week, but they want it to be one stable site so that as you promote it, more and more people would know that you're always going to be there on Mondays. And they're offering the hours of 8 a.m. to noon. So with much assistance from Mr. Chris Rupe, we secured the Eastland Plaza and took a picture of the parking lot where it will literally be. And so that's Mountain Mike's in the background, and we're going to be using those parking spaces to plant this vehicle on Mondays. There's still some details that need to be worked out, which is why I say it's tentative, but this could happen as early as next Monday, where this van will be parked out there every Monday until, I believe, at least December, with the ability of doing 200 tests a day. And I do believe it's going to be self-collection. I think they have their hands on some of those swabs that you could do that with. So, Director Lima, Shelley Lima from OES has been of great assistance. So if this site doesn't work out, we have other options. But whatever works out, you will see us promoting very hard in the coming days. This is just a map of the Eastland Plaza because if this turns out to be the site, I want to promote it. And so if anyone's ever been to Angelina's Spaghetti House, that's where it is, on North Wilson Way. And this is supposedly the busiest Food for Less in the city or in the town. And there's a lot of things out there. There's the El Pollo Loco and the Subway and the Mountain Mike's and the Dollar Store and Starbucks. So if you recognize any of these entities, you know where I'm talking about. Director Lima assisted us greatly with this other van. So the state's also offering a one-time van through the Army Corps Civil Support Team for 3 consecutive days. So each of the same counties that's getting the mobile testing van from Verily is getting 3 consecutive days of a van that's going to be managed by the Civil Support Team. So these were the 3 days we were assigned, and Director Lima quickly was able to put this together. Again, this is tentative, and all the details are being worked out, but I believe this is what's going to be moved on. We did place it in separate sites to try to move this around. This one we were encouraged to have this van be in 3 separate sites on the 3 separate days. And so I'm happy to say that we have a site in Manteca and a site in Lathrop. And that's for September 26th, 27th, and 28th. When this is all finalized, we will definitely be promoting this hard through our PIOs. And lastly, I'm very proud to show you that with the help of Supervisor Villapudua, in his district there is a school at which we're going to have a free kids COVID event. And so this is something that I came up with after 2 weeks ago when we were here, and there was much talk about schools and getting our schools opened. And I felt that we should do some testing for parents who want to get tested. And let's turn it into something that is for kids. So something that's child-focused. And so it's going to be at Hamilton Elementary on Saturday, September 26th. And we have several partners who have bought into this idea. And again, it will be testing through a drive-through mechanism. And this school is a perfect site as they have a looped type of parking lot, and they're right across from another elementary called Monroe Elementary. So it's a large population down there, 2 elementary schools adjacent to each other. And the parking lot will, be fashioned in a loop way where you get your testing, and then you get a bunch of freebies. So hopefully that's an attraction to people, and we're very excited. So that's that, and then just wanted to show you, aside from the public test sites and the public testing that we're doing, this is San Joaquin General Hospital's schedule of clinics that they've been doing with the homeless and the ag. Because I've talked about this calendar, but I haven't shown you before, but I wanted you to see that there is a calendar of events where we're really targeting those populations. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Dr. Park this morning? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. So, Dr. Park, a few days ago I asked you about the school waiver program. So, can you update us on how many school waivers have been granted, and where are we on getting schools open?
17 have been granted, and out of the 17, I believe a handful opened yesterday, and the rest will be opening next Monday, and they have their own opening dates that they have proclaimed. But I have approved 17 and forwarded them to the state, and the state has confirmed those approvals. And you can see the schools that have been approved on the CDPH website. If you go to CDPH, right away it's quite easy to find. Along the left side of their homepage, you can see school waiver consultations. You click on school waiver consultations, and you'll see all the schools that have been approved in the state.
And how are we looking here now in terms of additional waivers coming in? Do we have a backlog? Are waivers still coming in?
They're trickling in. So I received 2 more yesterday, and I will be looking at them today and reviewing them. So I'm personally looking at every single waiver application, and people are turning in some very lengthy applications, so it takes me some time to read through pages and pages of their reopening plans and their waiver applications. And so far, I haven't approved any right on the spot. I've turn them back to the superintendents for some modifications as I see some things that are missing. Some are very minor modifications, and they're all turning them right back around to me, and I'm approving them. So I am looking at them with a fine-tooth comb, making sure that they're meeting all the waiver metrics that the state put forth as far as having the supplies on hand and the wording that the state was looking for. So I did start doing that. I did say 2 weeks ago when I was here that I was going to continue to look at Snapshot because Snapshot was still showing the old number and we had to be under 200. And when I was here on September 1, what I showed you was that we are at 193 from the day before, from August 31. So counted forward, kept looking at it every day, and we remained under that 200 count for 7 days, and that's when I started submitting waivers. It was coincidental that when we hit that 7-day mark at the same time, the 12.6 showed up on September 8th. And I knew the Monday before that was going to be the number, so we were under the state's metric of 14. So the timing really worked out. And for a lot of these schools, they wanted to open September 14th, so the 14-day period where they had to submit before they started school also worked out. So the timing, as I had tried to suggest 2 weeks ago, I was hoping would work out, did end up working out for the schools that submitted.
Okay, so 17 waivers approved, and a few schools are actually open now. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so what's that as a percentage of the schools that we're trying to get open? I mean, how many schools do we have in the county that we're working on?
That's a really good question. I guess I could ask our superintendent of the county, Mr. Musalimas, how many schools we have. I believe there's about 49 private schools in the county. And the 17, out of the 17, 12 of them are private, and 5 of them are the 5 elementary schools in Ripon USD, so 5 public. Okay, so we still have a long ways to go to get our schools open. I have 2 more waivers that I need to look at today, and that's it. So once I approve those, it would be up to 19. Those are the totality of waivers I've received. I'm just curious, why aren't there more waiver applications? Any indications on that? Well, I can't speak for every single private school in every single district, but they're all making individual decisions as to when they feel ready, because they still have some parents who prefer distance learning. And if they were to offer distance learning and in-person learning, sometimes that would be a stretch on their ability to have enough teachers to orchestrate all of that. So I think that they're kind of making, their own individual decisions as to when they feel that they could really successfully reopen. Okay, so some parents are saying that they prefer the distance learning? Yes, they are, and because of that, there was actually one school that I was not able to approve because the majority of parents did not want to reopen. So that situation does happen, but they resurveyed their parents, and in a few weeks' time, the decision, the mentality had changed. And I gave them time to resurvey their parents, and then a majority of parents wanted to reopen, and I did approve it. But I am looking at that. But there are some that don't, and as soon as I approved the 17 that I did, I got people calling and writing that they were upset that I had given approvals to their schools. So it seems that either way, there are parents on both sides of the fence. And then for public schools, do you have any role in that, in opening the public schools? I am in constant communication with our public school superintendents as they invite me to their meetings, but I can only make recommendations, and I have not actually directly had input with them as to whether they should or shouldn't. They get that sort of language from their boards, and they move forward with that. So, for example, Ripon Unified did ask for waivers based on the sentiment of their board, and so they moved forward with the waiver application. Right. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep that process moving as quickly as we can for those schools that want to reopen. I was surprised to hear that there was pushback on reopening and granting waivers, but it still seems that the majority of the comments that we hear and the public comments were pushing for more rapid reopening. So I just encourage you to keep that process moving as quickly as we can. One question here, I guess for County Council on this one. Now, Placer County voted to end their
proclamation or in their state of emergency. If we were to do something like that, how would that affect us in terms of the governor's executive orders? Are we still subject to the same executive orders, whether we declare a state of emergency or not?
Yes, Supervisor Elliott. Well, we would still be subject to the state's orders. And in fact, the Placer resolution in which they passed states that the California state of emergency and state's stay-at-home requirements and other health requirements as directed in gubernatorial executive order N3320 and subsequent executive orders or statutes and all California Department of Public Health orders remain in effect. So while Placer had the effect of eliminating their local health emergency, all of the same rules that they were operating on from the state remain in place.
So what advantage did that give them by eliminating their local state of emergency?
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These applications, I know, for example, like Ripon Unified, I think they're going to start with maybe a TK through third grade initially, and then move forward. But the waivers only go up to sixth grade, is that correct?
That's correct, and I believe that is what Ripon is going to be doing. You know, I had kind of said that larger school districts reopening all elementaries at once might be worrisome, and so there was some language in my letter about staggering school districts as far as opening. Instead of staggering and doing one school at a time, they wanted to do K through third, and I thought that was very reasonable. So they're kind of putting their feet in the water and seeing, how can we do this? How will it work with K through third first? And let's see how successful we can be. But the waiver is approved for them to phase in 4 through 6 if that works out for them.
Okay, so these applications, based upon the list that I saw, and you talked about the individual schools, are these applications submitted, I assume, one school at a time, or because superintendents usually oversee the entire district? So could a superintendent submit an application that would include all schools, obviously with the documentation you require on each school to make sure they have all the appropriate protective equipment, et cetera? So are they submitting, for example, in Ripon, are they submitting, 4 school applications, or is it a district application that lists the schools and are included?
So the state said that a superintendent could submit 1 application for the district, so that is what Ripon did. But then we do also ask to list the schools that you intend to open and what their enrollment numbers look like. But there was 1 application for that. When it comes to private schools, the state has said if the principal is acting as superintendent, then the private school submits 1 application for that school. With the principal as superintendent. So private schools have submitted 1 application per school. The districts can submit 1 application for an entire district.
Okay, I understand. In regards to the testing, this mobile unit that you're talking about on Mondays, you said they could do 200 tests in a day. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Right. They're just like the Verily out at San Joaquin General Hospital's parking lot with a capacity of 200. And they supply the staffing to do that, and they send it back to their own lab, which they now have contracts with Quest and LabCorp for increased turnaround time.
The question arises, especially since the county is starting our own testing voluntarily for our employees. And I get asked the question, and I try to keep up with what's going on, but can a person, and I know there's a lot of protocol in regards to our own testing for county employees as far as having symptoms and been exposed and things like that, but is the testing currently available for a person who just wants to know if they're asymptomatic or whatever, or does there have to be some other related requirement for them to actually go and make an appointment for a test?
So there's no requirement in our state. We have the ability to test anybody who wants to get tested at the free testing sites that were on that list, and that would be the same with the testing van, the mobile site that's going to be at Eastland Plaza on Mondays. There are no prerequisites.
Okay. For example, when I got my test, the earliest I get a test was in Salida, which is San Luis County. So does that test count towards our numbers?
If you live in this county, it counts towards our numbers because it's based on where you live.
Okay, good. So you didn't mention that, are they still having the program? I haven't been a while since I've checked. The fairgrounds on the September 18th and the 20th. I understand that's still going on. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a large event at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds. As you said, on September 18, 19, and 20, it's a 3-day continuous event, and it's being put on by Lodi Memorial, so Adventist Health, and with support from the City of Stockton financially. So they will be doing a testing event there, as well as their own giveaways and health education. And county representation will be there. So we will have members of county there helping out.
So if I understand that the two metrics, I guess, obviously testing is one of the components that we have to reach as far as the positivity of the test itself. Is that correct?
The
percentage.
Percentage, yes. We have to meet. To move from purple to red, it's 8%. And then to get even further down, you have to get below 4% to get to orange. So, yes.
It would seem to me that the more tests we had from individuals who are wanting to know whether they have, had it, the antibody, those types of things, it just seems to me that the more tests, that the percentage would inevitably go down, because the more people who are tested, the less likely you have the positive influence the percentage. Am I making the correct assumption?
Yes and no. As Ms. Nina would tell you, San Joaquin General went out to a test site and tested some ag workers, and it turned out that 19% of the people tested were positive. So well above that 8% that we're trying to meet. But that was focused testing to a certain group of people who are deemed more at risk. But while we continue to test at-risk people, because it's the right thing to do, we need other people in the public to test as well, to get a true and accurate picture of what is our case positivity. So yes, we would like asymptomatics to test, and we would like people who, haven't tested before to test. And that would really drive the overall positivity number down, I believe. You can test over and over again, and Chair Miller has tested several times, as she said a couple of weeks ago. Every time you test, if you've had a positive, you are a case, and once you're a case, you don't affect our case rate. So that number is not affected the more and more you test. But if you continue to test and you're negative, yes, you do actually affect the positivity rate. Every negative test, even if it's from the same person over and over again, brings down that negativity rate.
Well, I would suspect also the fact that we've had 19 positives from the ag community.
It was the 19% at one of the testing events.
Yeah, would be a good thing, because these are individuals who didn't know, and obviously we're working beside others that possibly could be infected. And the reason I bring this up, I'm not really trying to manipulate the numbers or percentages. I'm just making a point. And I commented on it at the last meeting in regards to parents, because they were so, and still are, very upset in regards to the inability to send their children to in-class instruction. But it would seem to me that our campaign, and I know we're doing, the one elementary school, and I had mentioned, all schools have nurses, and I know the medical professionals, et cetera. It would just seem to me that, because people want to know what they can do, and some of the comments, I've gotten those comments and responded to most of them. I guess my question is, it would seem to me that the one thing that the general public could do to assist in moving, down or up, whichever way you want to go on the colors, would be to get a test. Because if that happens, obviously, and two things, and I did mention last time that it would be good for the parents to know if they are asymptomatic as far as sending their children back. So I think it's an opportunity to be aware of what you're carrying. The second part, obviously, which is another factor, is that the more negative tests we have, the lower our percentage rate. And I think that's also a good thing. So it would seem to me that probably one of the best things we can do as a county and the cities, because I know in one of the conference calls the other day, it was mentioned to the cities of maybe what we're doing here at the county. They may want to do the same thing with their city employees, which I think is great. But I wouldn't stop there. I would open up to businesses. We have Amazon, for example. We have huge businesses, and it would seem to me that those business owners would want to know if any of their employees, before it struck or it occurred, to be proactive to find out somebody that may be just entering the symptomatic phase, for example, and prevent maybe a widespread quarantine or shutdown or whatever. So I would say, I know we have our marketing campaign, but it seemed to me that, the more we can offer testing conveniently for individuals or businesses or the cities, et cetera, I think the better off we would be in regards to trying to reduce or maybe lower our colors, so to speak. So that would be my hope, and I know you're working on it, and I know Greg's working on it, and I know probably half of public health is working on it, but that's my observation.
Yeah, and you're correct, and you're absolutely right. The 19%, that's crucial that we do that kind of testing, because we need to ask those people to isolate. We don't want it to continue to spread, and that's the whole point of finding them and isolating them, is to stop the spread. So we do need to know about the 19%, but then we want to get down to 8% to move tiers, and we want to continue to test in large proportions in order to not suffer that penalty factor. We cannot force people to go get testing, as Ms. Nino said at our last Board of Soups meeting, but we can really encourage so that people understand. We have some testing sites that have been underutilized as our case positivity rate goes down and less people feel sick. They're again dropping their guard, having gatherings over Labor Day, and again it's this mental shifting of how much do you want to do all the behavioral modifications, and it's a hard message. But we have the availability, we have the capacity to test and to reach the numbers that we need to reach. We have the testing sites out there, but we need to get people there. I appreciate that the county is offering testing to employees. One of the sites that Ms. Lima chose for the 3 days that the Army Corps is going to be here to do testing was strategically placed in Manteca, where there is industry. So it's a large industrial area where hopefully a lot of the businesses in that area will encourage their employees to go get tested.
Are we going to canvass the area to inform them of the availability of those tests? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Good. One last thing, and this isn't directed towards you, it's more directed toward the state and the governor, et cetera. One of my concerns has been, since the beginning back in March, we have been told by the experts, so to speak, that we're doing these things for a certain reason. It started with not overwhelming our medical, facilities, flatten the curve. That was the talk. And it seems to me we're at 6 months now, and it seems like we keep, and I'll use the term, moving the goalposts, because everybody likes to know, okay, what do I have to do to get back to normal, whatever you call that. But I'm concerned because I see or hear things that are being said by the governor, for example, that seem to keep laying the foundation for a continuation. Because, as you know, and in fact, I was at an event with a small business in Lodi last week, and I talked to the owners, and specifically, they were almost the only thing that saved them was their repair work, because their business was closed. But the reason I bring it up is because they were totally committed to protecting their customers, their employees by staying open. And the volume of that store, small store, family owned, would have been minuscule compared to Costco, things like that. The reason I bring that up is we continue to talk about, well, we need to continue the lockdown, et cetera. I get it. However, the governor's now talking about this is going to be a long time. You know, it's not going to happen or change overnight. And I guess one of the things, because he does talk about a vaccine, and I know there's a lot of going on around the world in regards to creating one. In fact, I think I heard today they have a new one, which was a portion of an antibody anyway. And there are therapeutic medicines available that are proven worldwide to be very effective in reducing the time and the severity of the virus itself. However, I'm a little bit concerned because I can imagine, and obviously I'm not a prophet, but I can imagine at some point in time another requirement that if we get the vaccine, which some say that they wouldn't get because they don't trust it on the one side, and then there's others that won't get it because vaccines have, complications which affect, their future health. I get it. But I almost can imagine at some point in time, and I'm not saying the governor do it, but I know there's a potential that there's going to be, well, we're not going to open it up until, 50% of the population gets vaccines. We keep layering these requirements on the public to open up, and that's my concern. Is we keep adding additional measurements, so to speak, to return to normal. Frankly, and I'm not willing to risk public safety, but I think we can do a lot more than we're doing now. And I'm not blaming you. I understand that you're just following the directions. But I am concerned that we have gone down this path, and more roadblocks are placed before us to really get back to what, and especially we talk about the unemployed, and we talk about all those, the effects upon the public and our children. Anyway, I only lay that out so at some point in time we can start hearing, well, maybe we're going to require, what percentage of people to be vaccinated, whatever. I just think that, we may be doing this forever under the current, I guess, philosophy or mindset.
Oh God, I hope not. I can't be doing this forever. But I completely agree with you, Supervisor Wynn. When I saw the tiers come out, purple, red, orange, yellow, I can't say that I agreed with the placement of all the businesses where they were. It's hard because I want so badly to get to red for our businesses and our economy. And so I'm really driven by that. I was very happy to see that we made one red bar this week when you look at Snapshot. We have to get the other one into red, and we have to stay there for 2 weeks. So it's driving me nuts that it's slow. This was the governor's intention for it to be slow, but at the same time, it doesn't seem fast enough for a lot of our businesses. So it is a heartache. And, I appreciate that you understand it's not me, but, I'm driven to do more testing. As we've said, we can't force people to test, but yeah, people need to get out there and test. The capacity is there.
Well, I will tell you this. There's a lot of things going on under the table, behind the scenes.
And I hope that the state doesn't keep throwing more and more measures at us that we have to meet. At least at this point, not that it's a great thing, but at least by showing us the colors, we know what we get when we get to a certain color. There's no ambiguity now. It's laid out what you get when you get to red, what you get when you get to orange. So I don't think they can change that, but they can throw more metrics at us that we have to meet. And I fear that, but when it comes, we'll deal with it.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Dr. Park, I think something that you said a minute ago is really important on this testing. It's not a matter of trying to game the system or manipulate the numbers. What it's really about is to provide the state with a clear picture of what our actual positivity rate is. And we don't get that unless asymptomatic people test.
Right.
And so everybody asks us all the time, what can I do to help? We need to open our businesses up. We need to open our schools up. And what I have been telling everyone very consistently is, if you're healthy, go get tested. It's the number one thing you can do that will help us. And so, I really hope people will take that to heart and they will participate in this, because if everybody truly believes here that our positivity rate is much lower than what our numbers reflect, then all of us healthy people need to go get tests again, because that's what will prove it to the state. And we can get those numbers down. We can get another one in the red, and then we can start to move forward. So it's not being reckless. It's being accurate. And so I really hope everyone will do that. Supervisor Villaputo, do you have any questions for Dr. Park today?
I just want to comment what a great job Dr. Park is doing, and appreciate all your work and your commitment to this effort.
Thank you, Supervisor Villaputo, and I appreciate all the donations you're giving for our kids' event. I'm excited.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, you have some questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the point that Chair Miller just brought up, what are we doing to get that message out to the public for testing? Not only that if you feel bad, but to come on in and get tested to get a good snapshot of what's going on in the county.
So we continue with all of our social media and our communications tools that we have. So the campaign hasn't ended. We're continually talking about masking and distancing, but at the same time testing. And interesting that you asked, because this week in particular, I am going to be asking our communications division to put messaging out that if you had a Labor Day gathering or if you were at one, now is the time to get tested. So pushing and pushing and pushing, especially people who really should be getting tested, to do so. And as far as these other testing sites that are now available, we're going to be pushing that hard as well, because the capacity is there. We want to fill it up as much as possible. When it comes to the Eastland Plaza, we are going to be building signage so that anyone who's shopping at Food for Less will see, head this way for testing, flyers so that if you happen to eat at Subway or El Pollo Loco or go to Planned Parenthood or the clinic there, you're going to get a little flyer that says testing is over here. It's free. You could walk up. We'll help you register. So we're developing a lot of that sort of communication for the new test sites. And then for the test sites that have been around, that's always being plugged by ourselves and by OES. So the message continues. And
Is there, since we have a medical emergency, obviously statewide, let alone in the county, is there a way to use the county's emergency broadcast system to send text messages to people that it reminds them and lets them know where they can go and what's available? For instance, at the Eastland Plaza, there's dates and times of the week. So what could we do to alert and utilize that messaging system efficiently or effectively?
We did look into that. We did question the ability to use that, and there were some legal parameters that held us back. And I can't recall the exact details as to what type of emergency you have to use that broadcast system. But that thought was actually entertained. We have partnered with the Health Plan of San Joaquin to use their system to get messaging out. So the Health Plan of San Joaquin has a bulk of our Medi-Cal patients here in the county, and they have a system that they utilize to do text messaging. And so by contracting with them and by declaring it an emergency and sending them a letter, they were able to use the letter from Public Health to justify themselves using their call list and putting out messages. So we've worked with them to get hundreds of thousands of messages out through their system.
Okay. Well, through the chair, County Council, is there a parameter, is there a restriction or a limitation as far as messaging could go to all of the residents in the county? I mean, if we need to get the message out that people may be asymptomatic, to me, I believe talking with people, there's fatigue about the whole thing. They're like, I'm fine, I'm not sick, which may or may not be true. They're not symptomatic, which again, they may or may not be, they could be asymptomatic, but people are over it. So if we perhaps heighten the awareness and the importance of actually getting tested to prove that you're not positive, and it helps us open up schools, it helps us open up businesses, that might be a call of action that people can engage in and want to participate in. And so I'm wondering what more we could do as all of the supervisors are hearing from constituents, and we all represent districts that have businesses in them that are suffering. So what do you know, County Council, that we could utilize, or the restrictions?
Well, I was not involved in the research on limitations on using the county's emergency system. We can look into if there are other mechanisms that are available, such as Dr. Park mentioned, the association that we have with the Health Plan of San Joaquin. There may be other entities within the county that will partner with public health to push those messages out to their members as well.
Okay, if we can do more, if we can look just to do more and more, I mean, even messages to employees. We got, several thousand, 6,000 plus employees in the county, and let's send a message out to them through the payroll process and the ability to reach them. I had a constituent reach out to me, and there was a little bit of concern from them, and not to say that I don't share it, but we had this company that there's a flyer that was sent out. Have you seen this?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, San Joaquin County put it out, and apparently we're working with the company that is doing our testing. And it's a company that has brokered and utilizes live baby organs through Planned Parenthood. And these constituents have reached out to me about this. They feel very upset that we're doing business with a company that has testified to the fact that they're using and brokering live baby parts. So I'm really cautioning who we're doing business with in this regard. They're doing our test results. The San Joaquin County Human Resources Risk Management Unit will receive data directly from STEM Express. That's the company. So it's a little concerning from people that have reached out to my office, and I share that concern. So not that we were all aware of that, but now that I am, I wanted to share it, because if you read the evidence of what they've attested, it's very upsetting.
Supervisor Patty, we will follow up on that. The flyer you have is the one that was issued out to all of our county employees for the availability of testing for the next 2 Thursday dates. I believe it's the 17th and then the Thursday following. So we will follow up in regards to your concern you've mentioned today.
Excellent. Just that one company. And I actually love the flyer, and I was going to ask if we can get more. I think we as a board could share it and promote it through our social media and through messaging and emails to get the message out to the constituents that testing is important. So I think it's great that we have a flyer. The more information we have like this, we can share and promote locations, times, and the testing that's available. I think that's all I have. A great job getting schools open. One last suggestion I do have. Is it possible, you said that some of the waivers that are being sent in are very lengthy and wordy. Is there perhaps a template that you could share with school districts so that the process isn't as strenuous for you and for them, so that everybody's not reinventing the wheel for the same thing? It's like there's got to be best practices of what you are approving and what you, of course, what you would suggest or what would be common practices. I think that would be a checklist that would be helpful.
And there's sort of a template, because the application asks that they talk about cleaning and disinfecting and how will they communicate with parents should there be a positive. And so it tells you kind of the language that you need to include. But then separate from that, although they have to go point by point, they have to come up with a reopening plan that has all of that. So it kind of walks you through it as you do the waiver, but the actual reopening plans, some of them already had them or were working on them, and then they had to add the waiver qualifications into it. That's a good thought, but I'm committed to reading them either way. So I think a lot of these schools have kind of shared their templates with each other already, because some of them are starting to look familiar. But either way, I feel obligated to read them word for word, so that's what I'm going to do.
Understood. I mean, the best thing is best practices. Whatever could be utilized that's going to be safe and safeguard the children and the teachers and faculty and such is great. And then I know, as Supervisor Elliott pointed out, and we had questions about the elementary schools and such, any outreach that we can do to more school districts about what's possible with them, I think would be beneficial, because there's a lot of parents that are asking when their schools are going to open up more so. And as far as people that reach out against it, no matter where you go, what you do, people are going to scream that you're not wearing a mask, you're not doing enough, we're all in this together. They're going to scream, yell, and holler. And if they want to keep their kids home, I believe they're allowed to. So for the school systems and what I've seen is that if parents are opting for that, then they can. But I don't believe the rest of the families should be penalized when opening schools seems to be the general consensus by a myriad of people would be that the schools need to open for these kids. So thank you. I appreciate your efforts on that regard.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerk, have we received any public comments on this particular update?
Madam Chair, we have not received any public comments. However, Shelley Lima of the Office of Emergency Services mentioned that she is available telephonically to answer Supervisor Patty's questions regarding the notification of the emergency system. So if you would like to hear from her, she is available.
Sure. Let's go ahead and hear from Ms. Lima real quickly.
Ms. Lima, if you're available, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Shelley. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you, Shelley.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a little bit of clarification on our new SJ Ready emergency alerting system that we have recently installed. One of the comments that were made, while it is reserved for emergencies and incidents where we have to give people specific instructions, there is another piece of that puzzle that we also purchased that is available to us as well as other cities in our county. This piece is for the opt-in alerts. So we are doing a push-out press release to try to get people to sign up for that opt-in alert. You may have seen it in other counties. They have it for Santa Clara alerts. They have Alameda alerts. It's all the same system, except that ours is specific to San Joaquin County. And this allows us to send notifications and informational So telling people in the neighborhood that there's a testing site that's open, ready for them right now to drive up is one of the things that we can use this system for. We can use it to alert them of water boiling notices whenever there's a water issue, when we know that there's going to be a power issue, for information only, road closures, things like that. So we will have that, or we currently do have that feature available to us now, and we are pushing people to try to sign up. There are some pre-registered people that are already in our system, so we can already use this system as it stands. There are several thousand people enrolled, and so we're just making it bigger and better. So that is an option to us as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Shelley. We appreciate the information. And if you have something that you could send to the board members that would be ready to load for social media, we would be more than happy to help push that information out to the public to get them to opt in.
Great. We should have that ready for you probably by close of business today or tomorrow. That's something we're currently working on right this minute.
Great. Thank you so much.
sjready.org is the place to go.
Okay. Thank you. Got interplugged there at the end, right? All right. We are going to move on to consent. Are there any items that any member of the board wishes to pull for questions? Supervisor Olpudwa? Supervisor Elliott?
21.
Supervisor Wynn?
4 and 11.
And 11. Right. We're going to go to item number 4. Approval of a lease agreement between San Joaquin County and SGM Inc., DBA Sierra Golf Management for the Mickey Grove Golf Links Complex. Mr. Cunningham. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning.
Supervisor Wynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions in regards to this lease agreement. Obviously, the amounts that were previously paid have been reduced substantially, and I understand why. So I'm assuming, based upon this contract or this lease agreement, that the company is comfortable with the terms in regards to the payments, et cetera. based upon the simplification of how fees are paid?
Absolutely, they are. Yeah, it was done. The agreement was done between both parties, between us and them.
Okay. And then the other part of it, which I appreciate, is the contribution for capital maintenance ongoing. And the reason I bring that up is because I've seen what happens if a golf course doesn't maintain itself and deteriorates and has to dip into their other revenues, so to speak. Is this particular company, I assume because of the size of their operation and number of golf courses that they participate in, I assume this is a solid deal, otherwise we wouldn't have agreed to the lease, correct?
Absolutely, and I have Judy Fassbinder here with me. She's the park administrator. I'll let her comment on that.
Yes, actually, SGM is, they're well known for Elkhorn. So they've done a lot of private courses, so their capacity in the area and what is known for the area is very good.
Okay. That's basically, I just want to make sure that we were comfortable in regards to the ongoing maintenance, because it's easy to build something or buy something. It's the ongoing maintenance that kills you.
And that was part of the proposal, was during the RFP process, we had them do a site visit and let us know what they saw too. So, which helped us make sure that they recognized what the needs are out there.
Were there any comments from them in regards to anything that they saw that needed to be addressed immediately?
Immediately, there was a lot of some deferred maintenance in regards to trees, a lot of dead trees. It's kind of a problem out there, and their bunkers and some infrastructure for the watering and sprinklers.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, anyway, thank you. I think that's a real asset to Mickey Grove, and I'm glad to see that it's going to be continued. So, again, thank both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is item number 8, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The retroactive approval of the second modification of agreement with the Housing Authority of San Joaquin for project-based housing program. We have Mr. Diedrich joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Dietrich. Thank you. Glad you're here. I don't really have any question about what we're doing. Just maybe you want to share some of this as the piece of the puzzle of many challenges here in the county. Perhaps you want to share how this is plugging in and helping some of those that are most at risk in need and increasing the county's capacity to help these residents.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, through the chair. I'm very pleased that we're finally coming to a point where there will be occupancy later this month, and then a continuation of the project build out in the next couple months. This is a project we started with the Housing Authority about 3 years ago, and is really an ability for us to use the Mental Health Services Act Community Services Supports dollars to support project-based housing. And when we started this 3 years ago, it was really just a grant of a specific $3.5 million to create a pool of housing. I think the good news here is that ultimately we created more units than we anticipated. The cost per door is more than we originally looked at, but originally we did not have design bid documents. It was more just a proof of concept and partnering with the Housing Authority on adaptive reuse of underused property. And I think that the cost per door, even though it's about $150, it is substantially cheaper than if we had done new construction. And I think that's a virtue of the equity that the Housing Authority is contributing with the land, that it's a reconstruction rather than new construction, as well as the expertise that the Housing Authority has as a developer and not charging a developer fee. But this is the start of hopefully a long-term partnership with the Housing Authority and using of their project-based vouchers. And I do believe that Peter Ragsdale is on the phone for additional comments. But this is something where I believe we applied last year with the Housing Authority for a competitive round of No Place Like Home grant dollars, and we did not meet the scoring threshold. We're continuing to partner with them, and we're anticipating bringing a resolution for board consideration at the next board meeting to further develop that project proposal, which would be adjacent to the current item on the agenda today. And the goal is really to position the county to become competitive, to actually get a No Place Like Home competitive grant to build out additional properties or units right here on the same complex. So I'm very pleased that we're getting 39 net new units that will be dedicated to our behavioral health consumers with wraparound services and rental supports for the next 20 years. So I'm very pleased this is finally coming to fruition. And I hope that either through competitive No Place Like Home or the non-competitive dollars we have, we'll continue to build out this particular site with the Housing Authority.
Excellent. Thank you. And, Mr. Ragsdale, are you on the phone and speaker? We can hear you. Anything additional you might be able to add?
He's on the line if he is.
Mr. Ragsdale.
My apologies. I know he's in the lobby earlier, and we cut him loose that he was going to be on the phone if available. But I think he's been instrumental in moving this forward. And like I said, I want it to be a long-term partnership with the Housing Authority, specifically because we can use Mental Health Services Act in projects like this because of the project-based vouchers.
So lastly, I would ask is, let's say in the next year or two, is there any idea for more? And utilizing what we might qualify for, some properties that we could expand the program?
Well, for this particular, what I'm talking about coming in 2 weeks is we needed, when we applied, it was last October, and it was denied in January. We scored, I believe, 142 out of 200 points. And the scoring cutoff was about 160, so we needed about 18 points. And looking at the scoring milieu, if we had site control rather than just an option on the property, and along with site control, then we could go and further get some initial permits. That's where we're going through now, and my understanding is the Housing Authority is using its own equity to basically purchase the property. Then in October, when the NOFA comes out, we will resubmit and hopefully have a more fully developed application that will get us competitive dollars. Absent that, at the last board meeting, the board passed their 3-year Mental Health Services Act expenditure plan. Included in that plan was about $9 million worth of housing. So one way or another, either between competitive No Place Like Home grants, which the third NOFA should come out in October, either that avenue or cobbling together our Mental Health Service Act Community Service and Supports dollars along with the non-competitive amount that we got about 2 years ago. One way or another, I think we are going to build out the rest of this parcel here for probably an additional 30 units.
Excellent. Well, good job. Keep it up, and tell Mr. Ragsdale that we all appreciate and recognize the effort behind this. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Clerk?
Mr. Ragsdale does indicate that he is on the line, but I'm not sure if possibly he has his microphone muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Peter, welcome.
Thanks. I just to pile on everything that Mr. Dietrich said, and thank you for the board and to the chair that we were talking about 37 units for No Place Like Home. We are ready to build out that block, and we know that this is a vulnerable population that we need to serve, and we can bring in some resources that we can leverage local dollars with HCD funds. And, we compete up and down the valley. Fresno was ahead of us on No Place Like Home. We're excited to go in with a competitive application. And the last thing I would point out, just for people's information, that there's an article in the Stack B this morning about repurposing the Capitol Hotel, 250 square foot apartments at almost $450,000 a door. So we're really trying to do everything we can innovatively to lower cost and build units, as we need to get people out of shelters and into permanent housing every chance we get. So thank you.
Well, great job, if you heard us or not, but that's why I pulled it. I wanted to hear from you and Mr. Dietrich and applaud the efforts and the benefit that this serves for some of those most at risk and in need throughout our community. Thank you.
And Supervisor Pat, if I can, I know Mr. Ragsdale had a nice presentation at the Behavioral Health Board meeting last month, and maybe, Peter, if you could comment, that these apartments are actually beautiful. I mean, they are is fully regutted, but I was very pleased with the size and the amenities in the video that you shared. So I don't know if you wanted to maybe elaborate a little bit about what we're going to provide for our consumers, but I was very pleased with the outcome.
Yeah, they're gutted to the wall. So new kitchens, new bathrooms. I mean, individual HVAC in all the units. So we'll have 27 units available. I believe by the end of October. 448 is done. The landscaping is done. I was there this morning. So PG&E is a little bit of a challenge. So we're excited about it, but the units are beautiful. We're doing a little video walkthrough. Given COVID, we're not doing any type of ribbon cutting, but Mr. Barton and I are doing a little video so we can share that with the board. But the units are beautiful. Fortunately, there's funding, so the units are also furnished. So they're going to be ready to go for folks that are ready for housing. So we're really excited about the partnership, and we're going to do everything we can to keep increasing our stock of permanent supportive housing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've toured the project. The units are very, very nice. Everyone has their own climate control. So when he says individual HVAC, that's what he's talking about. Each unit, they can make it as cool or as warm in their unit as they require. They have very nice bathrooms, small but very efficient and very nice kitchens. They have common area. It's just an outstanding project, and it's another result of the collaboration that this board and our staff has worked so hard to develop over the last 5-6 years, and we're now starting to see some of the results of this collaboration as projects come online. So congratulations to everyone involved.
Thank you.
Next up, item number 11, Supervisor Nguyen is requesting that. The item is to retroactively approve and authorize San Joaquin General Hospital CEO to execute the agreement with the County of Sacramento to provide hospital care for Sacramento County inmates. Supervisor Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Culberson, nice to see you this morning.
Good morning.
This is just a quick question. I'm a little bit confused in regards to the dollars amount, because in the staff report it does talk about, and I won't go through the whole paragraph. It talks about the historical volumes and the 30 annual discharges and 270 annual outpatient visits, et cetera. At the bottom of that paragraph it says annual billed charges average approximately $3 million with a contracted $1,050,000 annual reimbursement. The annual contribution margin for these inmates is projected to be $700,000, and this is a proposed agreement has a maximum amount of $1,121,000, which is the same as the maximum amount. I'm not quite sure what that says, because as I read it, I'm saying as a hospital treating patients that we would bill for those services about $3 million. Is that part correct?
Yes, that's correct. Supervisor Nguyen, through the chair, yes. It's basically what, kind of get here what we're aiming at with these sentences here. First of all, the total amount billed, so that's our gross charges, is $3 million. The amount that we expect to collect is roughly $1,050,000, and that the contribution margin, the difference between the amount collected, the net revenue of $1.05 million, and the direct operating expenses, supplies, labor, those are the two biggest items that would be our direct operating expenses. The difference between those two numbers would be $700,000.
Would that be your profit?
It's the contribution margin is the first level of profit before we assign other indirect expenses, and that would include, for example, overhead of salaries for administrative staff, myself, utilities, depreciation, other things that we can't assign directly to an individual patient would be the indirect expenses. So contribution margin is net revenue minus direct expenses, and then the profit would be contribution margin minus indirect expenses.
Okay. So essentially what this is similar to what the hospital has in contracting with insurance companies as to a rate of reimbursement for services rendered, which may be reduce the actual invoices. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, this is similar to any other agreement we have. We do have direct expenses associated with those other payers, and then we have allocation that we have that would be of the indirect that would come down to the net bottom line, yes. But this is a payer agreement just like we have with other payers, whether they're the biggest we have along these lines would be Medicare, Health Plan of San Joaquin, and also, of course, CDCR.
Okay. So obviously we're not losing money or contributing to the services. There actually is money to be made from our contracting with the Sacramento County, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question. So we keep hearing over and over that, San Joaquin General is bursting at the seams. We've got patients in hallways still. We've had to move some holding patients to the old tower, which we had previously left when we built the new wing because it didn't meet the seismic requirements, on and on and on. So why are we bringing in more patients from Sacramento County into our hospital if we're overflowing?
Well, Chair Miller, the relationship we've had with Sacramento County predates me, actually, and it's going to predate COVID. And so I think it's and they only allow for a one-year renewals. And so this is an ongoing thing we do every year and must have been doing for probably 10, maybe 15 years or so. So the anticipation is that we'll continue on with this relationship past COVID. Now, you're correct, and as Dr. Park points out, we had in the county and at San Joaquin General over the last 3 months real capacity issues. I can say right now, generally, we don't. We're down the fewest number of COVID patients that we've had on an extended period of time for probably over the last 3 months. So and the agreement is such that if we don't have room, we can say no. And they do have other providers in Sacramento County that would be, if they have capacity, they would be sending those patients to. So really it's an arrangement that's ongoing for many years. We'd like to continue it, and we do have the ability to say no if there is capacity problems at the hospital.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Item number 21, to approve and authorize the Information Systems Director or designee on behalf of the Registrar of Voters to execute the Help America Vote Act grant funding agreement for COVID-19 related election expenditures. Supervisor Elliott, questions?
Thank you. Yes. So I see under the fiscal impact, it says that approving this agreement doesn't commit the county to any expenditure, just provides access to the state funding. So my question is, are we planning to do all of these things?
Yes, through the chair. Supervisor Elliott, we do plan on conducting those activities, outreach, ordering ballots for voter service centers. I have a presentation a little later today, which will go into more detail, but we are planning to do those activities. We may not spend all the funds. I hope to take advantage of everything, but there is a possibility we may leave some money on the table.
So next question then, it says that some of the costs eligible for reimbursement. increased vote by mail, expanded early voting. So are we required to increase voting by mail and to expand early voting?
We are required to send every registered voter a vote-by-mail ballot, a ballot through the mail. How they return it is up to them. They could return it in person or through a drop box. We'll also have 35 voter service centers that are open the 3 days prior to and on election day. So all of those are increasing ways that voters can participate.
Right. Other things are improving the safety of voting in person. So are you going to cover all of this in your next?
I am. I'm really looking forward to that.
Okay. Well, perhaps I should just save some of these questions then for that one, since you're cover all
let's
those
do that.
Anyway.
But I have a feeling you'll have some more questions after anyway. So.
Okay. All right. Well, so I guess that answers the basic question is, yes, we don't necessarily have to do all of these things, but we do intend to do many of them.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Patty. Question? Yeah, that's all right.
Sometimes the buttons aren't working. I had a couple follow-up questions. In the very beginning of the proposal, it says approve and authorize the information system director or designee. Who would that be? Is that somebody that we're hiring new, or is that somebody that's current staff?
That'll be Mr. Cruz.
Congratulations. Thank you. All right. And I had another question, looking over it. Is it required that we increase the vote by mail registration? Since everybody's going to be getting a ballot, and again, some of this might be covered later, but this is brought up in one of the funds are being secured to prevent and prepare for and respond to the COVID pandemic. So the guidance finds the use for the election-related costs incurred and conducting election activities, such as to include but not limited to increased vote by mail.
I would say that's referring to the fact that we're going to mail a ballot to every registered voter. We don't intend to promote permanent vote-by-mail voting in our mailers.
Okay.
We don't want to confuse the issue for the voters. Everyone's getting a ballot. If they like it, they can sign up for being a vote-by-mail voter in the future.
Okay, that was one of my questions. If where we're heading in that way, is a lot of people, as I'm sure all of us have heard from, a lot of people like to go to their polling place. But I know we're going to cover some of this in the next part of the day. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is all the questions we had on consent. So I'm looking for a motion to approve consent items 1 through 22.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Yes.
And the consent calendar is approved 5-0. All right. Next up, we have a scheduled public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve special purpose plan application number PA 2000092 of Shea Properties, LLC. And we have Director David Kwong and Principal Planner John Funderburg here today to present. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. David Kwong, again, your Director. What I want to do is, just before I hand it off to John here, just speak briefly about this project in terms of what it really means in terms of Mountain House itself. It will be it is a master signage project, but in terms of the process, it will probably be one of the last few steps subject to some kind of discretionary action before the submittal of a building permit for a large-scale grocery store and retail center for Mountain House, and that's really a significant event in terms of what's going to be presented before over 6,000 homeowners out in Mountain House. So this is really at this point, I think, overdue. So from that standpoint, I'm going to hand it, from there, I'm going to hand it over to John in regard to what's being presented to the board today. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here today. This is kind of one of the exciting projects I've been working on for a few months, but during the COVID pandemic, it's kind of tough to try to get things done. But as Director David pointed out, Director Kwong pointed out, this is a big hurdle for the community, and I think it's some positive steps in the right direction. This project is a special purpose plan for a master sign program for the Mountain House Town Center Retail and Commercial Plaza Shea Properties, LLC. The objective of the special purpose plan is to establish signage design criteria guidelines for the new Mountain House Town Center Retail and Commercial Plaza and to provide standards and specifications that ensure consistent quality, size, variety, and placement for tenant signs throughout the project. The project site is located at the southwest corner intersection of Mountain House Parkway and Byron Road, Mountain House, which is the community commercial area for the future downtown and town center for Mountain House. The subject parcel is currently vacant, but grading permits have been issued for road improvements for the future Grand Avenue underground utilities. This is a site plan showing the proposed multiple signage plan and the use of a master sign special purpose plan to deviate from current sign standards is applicable, as this site is considered as one project area with 3 direct street frontages, which would be Byron Road to the north, still haven't mastered this yet. Hold down, correct? Well, I'm going to point it out. To the north is Byron Road, to the east is Mountain House Parkway, and to the south would be Grand Avenue. Okay. On June 4th, 2020, the Community Development Department approved improvement plan application number PA 1900293. The approval included the construction and establishment of the Mountain House Town Center Retail, Commercial, and Office Plaza. The plaza will contain a new 55,000 square foot grocer building, a mini market, a 3,000 square foot convenience store and gas station with 8 pumps and 3 individual commercial retail office restaurant buildings. On May 3rd, 2020, the project applicant submitted a special purpose plan application for a master sign program. And according to the applicant, the comprehensive signing at the Mountain House Retail Commercial Office Plaza is an integral part of the center's image and appeal. So signs shall be carefully placed and look proportioned to the individual architectural facades on which they are located. Care in the design and installation of store signs will enhance the customer's appreciation of individual tenants and contribute to the project site's overall success. Signage. The proposed master sign deviates from the current development title sign regulation in the following ways: the number of freestanding monument signs per parcel and size of attached wall signs in the community commercial zone. The existing standards in the development title limit the number of monument signs to 1 for each street frontage of the project site. The Mountain House Town Center Retail, Commercial, and Office Plaza project site proposes 2 monument signs along the street frontage of Byron Road and 3 monument signs along Grand Avenue. Also, the existing standards in the development title limit attached wall signs in the community commercial zone to a maximum of 80 square feet. The proposed attached wall sign for the new Safeway is 150 square feet. The Community Development Department has determined that the size and number of the proposed signs are the minimum required to identify and direct the public to the activities, services, and products available on site. The center will provide a major shopping area for the entire Mountain House community, offering a wide range of products and services. The Master Sign Special Purpose Plan was also reviewed for consistency with the general plan, the Master Plan, and Specific Plan 2 document. The Community Development Department determined that the Special Purpose Plan was consistent with these plans, specifically with respect to supporting retail and commercial development in Mountain House. Recommendation. The Planning Commission heard this item at its meeting on August 20th, 2020. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 on consent to refer this item to your Board of Supervisors for approval. As such, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve Special Purpose Plan application number PA 2000092 with the attached basis for a special purpose plan contained in the board letter. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor. This concludes staff's presentation.
Do we have any questions for staff? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to see that we're taking another step toward the long-awaited commercial development in Mountain House here. This master sign program looks good to me, so I would like to move that we approve the special purpose plan application number PA 2
Supervisor Elliott?
0092. Oh, we have to have a public hearing.
I need to open the public hearing first.
All right. Okay. Great.
I'll call on you, I promise, to give you the opportunity.
Okay.
All righty. I'm going to open the public hearing now. We're going to try to keep comments to approximately 3 minutes. And so I'm going to ask if there's anyone here that wishes to provide comment to the board on this item. Would you please come to the podium, sir, identify yourself, and then we'd be happy to receive your comments.
Chair Miller, thank you. Members, supervisors, staff, Jeff Melrose, Shea Properties, for the applicant for this project. I'm sort of pinch hitting for Kevin McCook this morning. I'm sure he'd rather be here than where he is, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't know that there's anything in particular here that's extraordinary about the signage that you wouldn't typically see at most modern functioning grocery anchored centers today. The project, as John explained, has made significant progress out to the site lately. You see perimeter streets are now paved that provide the utilities and the access to the center. We're in the process of preparing our construction drawings for permit submittal, both the county and the CSD, and have high hopes that we can conclude that here by the end of this calendar year. Out there grading and going vertical. Any questions I can answer, I'll do my best.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Thank you very much. Clerk, have we received any, is there any member of the public on the line or have we received any written comments?
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments that have been received.
Then I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask the board for any final questions or comments. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kwong, quick follow-up question. The sign ordinance and the modification, would that also, that wouldn't preclude any new technology such as the digital displays? Does that need to be addressed at this time?
We will be actually looking at those standards in terms of electronic signs in the new development title itself to see what's reflective of the market. Not just the market here, but what many commercial ventures are doing in terms of utilizing electronic signs in a way that's still more consistent with everybody else, basically, just because our sign code is so old and sometimes very inflexible.
So they'll be okay in this one because this is a new development. So if you're going to put in any type of electronic display, it would be now, in the near future. So that would be fully addressed by then?
We from a timing standpoint, it will allow them to do some kind of electronic signage. I don't know exactly when the center will be up and running. It could be built sometime next summer, totally vertically, and that might fall in line with the timing of any kind of development title update as well.
Excellent. Thank you. I just want to make sure that was included if needed.
Great. Then I'm going to turn back to Supervisor Elliott because we're looking for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve the special purpose plan application number PA 2000092 based on the ability to make the bases for the special purpose plan.
Right. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
I lost connection, but I...
Pardon me?
I lost connection, but I approved.
Oh, well, we don't have anything that's popped up yet,
No,
so.
great.
Cast your votes, please. And Supervisor Villaputo has has voted by voice in the affirmative.
No.
So, I'm going to say that that was approved 5-0. Else? Okay, that motion was approved 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. Next up, we're going to conduct a bid opening for the sale of county surplus real property located at 826 North California Street in Stockton, California. 9 o'clock was the time set for the bid opening for this sale. We have our general services representatives here. If you would please go ahead and present the staff report on this.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Council, CAO Nino, Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, and we're going to talk about the county surplus property located at 825, where's my glasses?
826.
826, thank you. North California Street in Stockton, California. And to present the detail is David Tolliver, the Assistant Director of General Services.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board. David Tolliver, Assistant Director of General Services. I'll make this brief. On June 16th, 2020, your board approved resolution of intent to sell real property located at 826 North California Street in Stockton. This location previously housed the Department of Child Support Services. The resolution established a minimum bid of $4.5 million for an as-is sale with no contingencies, along with other procedural requirements for participation in the bidding process. Notice of the resolution and proposed sale have been posted and advertised, and certain public agencies were notified of the county's intention to sell the property as surplus. The notice provided agencies a 60-day window in which to declare interest. The county received no responses. Your board set today, September 15th, 2020, in the chambers of the Board of Supervisors as the time and place for the opening of written bids and the conducting of oral bidding for the proposed sale. This concludes my report.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the clerk of the board and ask her to open and declare any submitted written bids.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any written bids at this time.
Thank you. So I'm going to request and conduct an oral bidding. The minimum oral bid is $4.5 million. Is that correct? I want to confirm this with County Council. Yes? All righty. All bidders will be required to post a $20,000 deposit in the form of a cashier's check, certified check, or cash by close of business today. Any interested bidders must phone into this hearing at 209-645-4071. The conference ID number is 468-481-074 with a hashtag at the end. The minimum bid increments will be $100,000. And I want to repeat that the phone number for any call-in bids is 209-645-4071. And the conference ID number is 468-481-074 with a pound sign or hashtag. Any unsuccessful bidders' deposits will be returned at the clerk's office upon presentation of proper identification beginning tomorrow, Wednesday morning. So I'm going to ask now if there are any bidders on the phone line.
Madam Chair, at this time there are no bidders on the line.
Okay. Then I am going to conclude the hearing. And let the public know that General Services Department will continue to market this property and will return to the board with a recommendation for disposition at a future date. Thank you. I think we'll conclude that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, let's take our first discussion item, and then we'll have a very brief break. This is going to be a report from County Council on the effect of the board's action on the public hearing regarding the appeal by Craig and Sue Stevenson and Lorena and Richard Ippolito of the Planning Commission's approval of use permit application PA 1800177 of the Kusalakari Corporation.
Morning, Supervisors. On August 18th, the board heard at public hearing the appeal of Craig and Sue Stevenson and Lorena and Richard Ippolito of the Planning Commission's approval of use permit application PA 1800177 of the Kusalakari Corporation. At the present during that appeal hearing were Vice Chair Patty and Supervisors Viapudua, Wynn, and Elliott. At the end of that appeal hearing, Supervisor Elliott made a motion which was seconded by Supervisor Wynn to grant the appeal. That motion and vote was then reported as a 3-1 with Supervisors Wynn, Elliott, and Patty in favor of the motion and Supervisor Viapudua opposed. The board then adjourned to closed session. Before closed session began, Supervisor Patty informed council that he had in fact voted in opposition to the motion and that there was an error in the recording of the vote. The clerk of the board was alerted to that issue and confirmed that there was an error in how the system recorded the vote and that in fact Supervisor Patty had voted in opposition. After closed session, the board reconvened, absent Supervisor Viapudua. I with the input of the clerk of the board, addressed the issue of the vote on the record and corrected the vote to accurately reflect the votes of Supervisors Wynn and Elliott in favor of the motion and Supervisors Patty and Viapudua opposed. I explained that the effect of the tie vote is a no action. A state law requires a majority action, and recommended that the matter be continued to the next regular board meeting with public hearing closed for further board consideration and action. Supervisor Wynn asked whether the board could entertain a new motion at that time with only 3 members present. I confirmed that because a quorum did exist, that the board could entertain a new motion. I advised the board that the concurrence of a majority of those present would be sufficient action. That was not correct. At that time, Supervisor Elliott renewed his motion to grant the appeal, which was seconded by Supervisor Wynn. The motion was voted and resulted in a 2-1 decision with Supervisor Patty opposing the motion. The effect of that motion was recorded as granting the appeal, relying on the common law rule that a motion may be approved based on the majority of those members present so long as the quorum is maintained. And the meeting was subsequently adjourned. On September 2nd, I was contacted by counsel representing the applicant Kusalakari Corporation regarding the 2-1 vote. After further research in the matter, I prepared this report to the board on the effect. Government Code Section 25005 states that for the Board of Supervisors, a majority vote of 3 is required to carry any action or to defeat any action, so that even under it unwinds the common law rule of a majority of those present. So the effect of the 2-1 vote was insufficient to carry forward and to approve the appeal of that was before the board. You have received this morning a letter from counsel for the Kusalakari Corporation, David Blackwell, who takes issue with my recommendation. So my recommendation is that the board can do nothing, which has the effect of leaving the appeal unresolved. So that vote of 2-1 was not sufficient to either deny the appeal or to grant the appeal. So we still have the Planning Commission's action standing with the Planning Commission's approval. You have the appeal that was brought before the board. I also state as a recommendation that the direct staff to place this matter on a subsequent agenda for deliberation and action by the board. Mr. Blackwell believes that the board does not have the authority to hear this matter again and opines that the action of 2-1, even though it was not sufficient to grant the appeal, means that the Planning Commission's decision stands unchallenged. I disagree with that. There is a case of Hunt versus the County of Shasta, and in Hunt, the court was addressed with almost identical facts, where there was a 2-1 vote and 2 members were absent. The issue that the court was looking at in Hunt was whether or not the court had jurisdiction, and the court in fact said that while a 2-1 vote is insufficient to carry an action, it is sufficient for a court to grant the court jurisdiction for its proceedings. But in a footnote, the court says, although the 2-1 vote is final for purposes of judicial review, it's not binding on the merits of the controversy and does not preclude the board from considering new applications for certificates of compliance for the same parcel. Section 25005, no act of a board of supervisors is binding unless a majority of all the board members occur therein. See also Heap versus City of Los Angeles. A final and conclusive decision on the merits exhausts a commissioner's jurisdiction to reconsider the issue. Although jurisdiction of an agency in a particular proceeding ordinarily lapses when it renders its decision, such decisions must be on the merits in order to be entitled to res judicata effect, and Section 25005 compels the conclusion that the board's vote in this matter was not such a decision. So the effect of a 2-1, what the court is saying there is the effect of a 2-1 is not a decision on the merits that's sufficient for the parties to rely on and would relieve the board of its jurisdiction to rehear the matter, basically. I believe that the case of Hunt versus County of Shasta does authorize the board and is indicative of the board's authority to re-agendize the Kusalakari matter with the record closed and to deliberate and to take further action on it.
And so that's not something that can be done here today, although it could have been done at the original hearing.
It could have been done at the original hearing because the board could have at that time announced that it was continuing it to a date certain, but that did not happen. And so if the board desires to deliberate further on the actual matter, we'll have to notice that.
And this case, it really won't be settled, in your opinion, until we do that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for counsel? Brother Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. So just for further clarification, so if we agendize this for further action, does that mean that I believe the phrase was in there without further deliberation or something? Does that mean that neither the proponents nor the opponents of this appeal would be allowed to present further testimony, and it would just be deliberation here on the dais?
It depends on how the board wishes to move forward. So my recommendation would be that it is agendized for a deliberation with the hearing closed, meaning that there would be no further evidence that's presented. It would be based upon the record that is already before the board, which would consist of viewing the video and familiarity with the documents that were presented as well as the arguments that were.
So would any of the original people who testified be testifying again?
They would not if the board notices it with the hearing closed.
So the board could notice it with the hearing open and just redo the whole thing?
Yes, the board could.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yeah. Well, at that meeting, I just asked the question not for that particular decision, but just from a clarification for future events. So I wasn't trying to manipulate the system. Well, I guess one of my questions is, unfortunately, since it was brought to the clerk's attention before a closed session and after, I am concerned because I don't know where Supervisor Villaputra had to go, but had he been here, we could have resolved this at that time. So that's one of the challenges that we faced at that particular after closed session meeting. However, let me see if I understand. Would one of the options be to let, for example, since Supervisor Patty relayed to County Council and our clerk that he had voted, I guess, against the appeal, and that was his vote on or maybe not on record, but that was his vote. Is that a legitimate position to take in regards to one of the options that we have is to accept his statement that he did not vote in favor of the appeal?
Oh, no, that issue of the 2-2 tie vote was resolved when Supervisor Elliott made his renewed motion on the 2-1.
Okay, so we couldn't go back before that and just rectify the record based upon a technological glitch or whatever.
We did on the 18th. We did clarify on the record that the vote, which was initially reported as a 3-1 in favor of the appeal, was actually a 2-2, resulting in a tie.
Wouldn't that be the vote of record?
A 2-2 vote.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying,
yes.
I understand a 2-2 just kills it right there. But my question is, wouldn't that be the official vote? Although it wasn't during our open session, but it was clarified after the.
Yes, that was the first official vote. There was a subsequent motion and a second made, and the vote, which resulted in a 2-1 vote, is a legitimate vote. It's just not sufficient to carry the motion.
Okay. So what you're saying is that the second vote overrided the first vote?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Got it. So as Supervisor Elliott talks about, because one of the questions I had, but I think you answered it, was, well, Supervisor Miller wasn't here to watch the deliberations. So the question would arise, if she were to vote, the argument would be, well, she wasn't privy to the discussion that took place prior to the original vote.
So the case law around that is that any member who familiarizes themselves with the materials is entitled to vote on the matter.
Is entitled?
Is, yes.
Okay. So would that be a review of the tape or just in the staff report?
In the meantime, I had already read the staff report and all the materials because I didn't know I was going to be called away on a medical emergency and have to leave. So I was prepared to participate in the public hearing or in the appeal, the hearing. In the meantime, I watched the entire proceeding on our video. And then in addition to that, because several of the appellants made the statement that they really wished that the board could view the property and see the neighborhood in its entirety. I drove out this last weekend and I identified the property, drove, well, from I-5 all the way there, but I went past the property probably at least another half a mile to look at the surrounding properties, the views that were discussed during the meeting. And so I actually feel like I'm better prepared now than I would have been that day because I hadn't driven out there in advance. So from my standpoint, I feel very comfortable, and I would be fine re-agendizing this with the hearing closed, because I don't really feel that, I mean, everybody gave pretty extensive comment, and I listened, watched, and took notes on all of it. So I don't really feel like, in my mind, that I would require the hearing to be open and have a complete do-over. I feel very comfortable that I would be able to cast an informed vote on this matter if we re-agendize it in the future with the hearing closed.
I personally, I think that would probably be the first way to do it, just to give everybody an ample opportunity, preference in regards to this appeal.
So we haven't heard from this side of the dais, or?
Okay, either way. I mean, I just thought that, I mean, I think it's fair. I mean, it's in my district, and I just thought it'd be a good place to have what they're proposing. But either way, I mean, we can do it in closed session or in public. It doesn't matter.
No, it'll be in public. It's just a matter of do we bring all of the participants in? I don't see that's necessary. I'm comfortable and.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So we need a motion on that?
You need a motion.
Need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we bring it back and we discuss it amongst ourselves.
Okay, we'll bring it back with the public hearing closed for deliberation by the board.
That's correct.
Okay.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. Thank you. All right. Since we're not to noon yet, maybe we'll go ahead and do the next discussion item, the adoption of the 2020-2022 San Joaquin County Equal Employment Opportunity Plan. We're going to have our Human Resources Director, Brandy Hopkins, and our EEO Program Manager, Roland Davis, to present. Good morning.
Board, CAO Nino, County Council Miles. We are here today to present the 2022 Equal Employment Opportunity Plan to the board and request that the Board of Supervisors adopt this proposed plan at the end of our staff report. Our agenda today is to discuss the plan process with the board, share our full-time workforce demographics, our 2018 through 2020 accomplishments from the last Equal Employment Opportunity Plan that was presented to the board, present our 20 to 2022 goals, and then discuss the role of the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee and the role of HR in our Equal Employment Opportunity Program.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board. I'm happy to present the EEO plan and the objectives of the Human Resources Division and the Equal Employment Opportunity Office. The EEO plan serves as a county-wide guide for informing county employees and the local community of programs and procedures undertaken by the county to ensure equal employment opportunity. Affirmation of the county's commitment to the equal employment opportunity in accordance with the county's EEO policy and the applicable federal and state laws and regulations. The EEO plan is required to be updated and approved by the Board of Supervisors every 2 years. So the first, wrong way, sorry. Okay, so I apologize. The process for the EEO plan is that the EEO office actually receives the information from the federal government and the demographics data from the county, compiles that information, creates the plan, and then provides it to the Human Resources Management to actually review and look over the plan. The plan is then given over to the next step in the EEO plan review, which the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee reviews the plan and provides recommendations. The EEOAC actually provided their recommendations and approval on August 5th, 2020. Then that plan goes to the CAO's office and County Council for their recommendation, and finally to Human Resources Management for the final recommendations. Then it's actually provided to the Board of Supervisors, which you have today for your adoption and approval. So the EEO plan, the following information gives you a general idea which is in the plan. We currently have from the plan 5,758 full-time employees. As you can see, we have 35% male and 64% female, with a breakdown of the demographics of 38% white, 26.1% Hispanic, 8.5% Black, 16.2% Asian, 1.1% Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, 0.6% American Indian, Alaskan Native, and 3.8% two or more races, and finally 5.6% declined to state. So in the EEO plan, what we do is we get the information from the federal government, as I mentioned before. That's the standard that we have, and we use the actual census. This year we had to use the 2010 census. The 2020 census is being compiled and has not actually been released at this point. Hopefully we'll have it within the next year. But we used the actual 2010 census, and some of the actual highlights that we saw in the plan was we had a 5.5 increase in total minority representation, a 1.1 increase in Hispanic Latino employee representation, and a 2.9 decrease in white employee representation. So the next slide is an actual breakdown of what I just previously informed you on. And to read this slide, you would have the first column, which the 2010 labor market would be the actual census. That's our standard that we use, that we're required to use. The next column is the 2018 workforce is from our previous EEO plan, the numbers on that. And then the third column is our current EEO plan, the numbers on that. And finally, the last one would be the difference that we had from this year's plan and the actual census. So if you read the third column down, which has the white 40.8, and you went to the third column, which is 38.1, that would be, we're actually deficient in the number of white employees here at San Joaquin County, and that's the number we came up with, at negative 2.7. So that's how you read that actual chart. What we got out of that is the Hispanic population remains the largest group underrepresented by the county by minus 9.4. Hispanic males are the largest individual groups underrepresented by the county by negative 12.8. Asian female population is the largest overrepresented single population in the county by 3.9, positive 3.9. And we did see a decrease in male underrepresentation for 6 out of the 8 ethnic groups. The next slide is actually the the changes that were made to the EEO plan. I won't go over each and every detail on that, but I do want to point out some of the highlights in that. In Section 7, you'll see that we remodeled the new employee orientation. This was what we heard from some of the staff was we needed to have more sexual harassment, discrimination prevention training. So what we did was we added the training to the new employee orientation training. So that's reflected in the EEO plan. And also in Section 7, we also had some of the effects of COVID-19. One of the things that we had to do was put a pause on our training due to figuring out a way to do the training in a different way. We couldn't do it in person, so we had to put a pause, and we're currently doing the training online. And in Section 8, we went over some of our goals. We looked at the goals and the objectives of the Equal Employment Office, meaning more outreach, meaning more training and diverse training. And finally, in Section 13, we talked about the plans to address underrepresentation, and Ms. Hopkins is going to go over a little bit about that.
Thank you. Ensuring the community outreach and recruitment goals. This is a carryover from our previous plan. The EEO office and HR recruitment staff has been over the last several years and will continue to work with local organizations, including our local colleges, high schools, and other community groups. Some of our highlights for the last few years are working with the University of Pacific, Stanislaus State, and San Joaquin Delta College. Our participation in the community pre-COVID has focused on Chamber of Commerce, veterans workshops, social media, and job fairs. We are looking at some virtual job fair opportunities as well. And we've also been working with our applicant tracking vendor, Careers in Government. They have extensive social media recruiting that they do as well, where they do a lot of outreach to different veterans groups and other underutilization groups as well. Some of the creative things that Human Resources and the EEO program has done, really looking at how do we expand our applicant pool and getting individuals interested in the public sector to come and work for San Joaquin County, is to do weekend testing sessions. So instead of just testing Monday through Friday, when maybe applicants already have a position with another organization, we've expanded to include weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, for example, and expanding our testing platforms to include working towards online testing. We do expect to go live by the end of 2020. The recruitment team has been testing this in small batches with some of our smaller recruitments in the last several months with good success. We are working on moving our oral testing and our oral interviews with video media. So currently all of our oral examination panels, for the most part, are not done in person. They are done through a not social media platform, I apologize, an online platform. Roland mentioned we're utilizing our training and experience ratings to continue to expand those platforms. And I believe the board has seen presentations under the former Human Resources Director about the expansion of our apprentice program, which launched the Information Systems Specialist Apprentices this past year. And we've continued our informational presentations to the community and to others as requested.
So we wanted to give you an overview of the actual EEO office. We are a small unit, but we're a mighty unit. We have one program manager, and we have one personnel analyst with a 0.5 assistant specialist. Some of our jobs is to actually oversee the EEO process, including the EEO coordinators. We have 66 department EEO coordinators who handle the informal Rule 20 complaint throughout each department in the county. We also oversee or facilitate the Equal Employment Advisory Committee. We currently have 7 at-large members and 2 county administrative office appointed representative, and we're happy to say we have an actual full committee, which through the help of the Human Resources and the clerk of the board, we recruited new members, and they had their first meeting at the last EEOAC meeting. So a little bit about the EEOAC role. Their role is to have a 9-member advisory committee that serves as an advisory committee to the Board of Supervisors and the HRR office regarding the county's Equal Employment Opportunity Program. They review the EEO plan. As I mentioned earlier, they approved the plan with their recommendations on August 5th, 2020, and we do have a full staff currently for the EEOC. Some of the highlights of the EEO office is that in the past 2 years, we did train over 3,150 employees on discrimination and harassment. This was actually in-person training. Some of you I've had the pleasure of training in my class. These classes were set up so that we can meet to get a record of actually having every employee trained at San Joaquin County. We did 39 sexual harassment and prevention training, training over 1,431 attendees, 44 discrimination and harassment awareness training, 1,719 non-supervisors, and we made a big push to actually push for the diversity, respect, and inclusion, training 65 classes, training over 5,000 employees. We also expanded our new employee orientation. We had 18 sessions and 12 general employee sessions, and the EEO office also oversees the diversity luncheon. We had our 22nd annual diversity luncheon last year, which with the support of the board, which we appreciate, and the county administrative office at the agricultural center, the largest participation last year. And currently, or in the last 2 years, we did receive 130 civil service Rule 20 complaints, 65 complaints were formal, and 5 complaints were requests to the Civil Service Commission, or appeals to the Civil Service Commission.
So our 2022 program goals are to continue to ensure the county is in compliance with applicable federal and state equal employment opportunity laws and reporting requirements, and to increase the awareness of all county employees regarding workplace discrimination, harassment, and diversity through training and other EEO-related activities. And it's important to note that both the federal and state government require that we have an internal reporting process, and Mr. Rollin was just reporting on those statistics for our internal reporting process. Our goals for the Human Resources Equal Employment Opportunity Office for this next reporting period is to continue to provide EEO-related education and training to county employees, to increase the awareness, education, expertise, and effectiveness of department EEO coordinators. As many of you are aware, they are frontline, lowest level resolution individuals in our organization. The well-equipped and trained that they are, it really helps us drive the outcomes of our EEO programs. To continue to monitor and investigate our Civil Service Rule 20 complaint, this includes our harassment, discrimination, and retaliation procedures. Advise and support departments and employees, again through EEO-related trainings, and to continue to sponsor the annual diversity luncheon and or other countywide diversity events. This year, unfortunately, because of COVID, we will not have the typical diversity luncheon that this board has seen in the past. As your new HR director, I'm actually really sad about it. I was looking forward to participating, but we are exploring maybe doing some brown bag lunches, some webinars, and some other avenues where we can try to socially distance and still celebrate diversity here in San Joaquin County. So before we wrap up, it's just a reminder to the board that we are here to request the board today adopt the proposed 2022 San Joaquin County Equal Employment Opportunity Plan, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Wynn?
That was an excellent presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts and work. I know it's a challenging job, especially with 2.5 employees, but again, you do great work. I do have a question in regards to, and I'm not sure this has been included in the past, but it's part of your office goals, EEO office goals. It says, research, develop, and implement a training program on civility in the workplace for managers, supervisors, and all employees. And then another one is research, develop, and implement a training program on unconscious implicit bias for managers and supervisors. I get the first one in regards to civility. Obviously, that's important in regards to our workplace, that employees, not just with each other, but certainly with our customers, provide that positive attitude. But on the second one, I guess my question is that something that is directed by either state or federal government, or is that something that we came up with on our own as a county?
It's been recommended. I don't know at this point that either the state or the feds have adopted guidelines that require it.
Okay. I'm a little concerned about unconscious bias. What does that mean? I guess the question is, and frankly, there have been things in the past in regards to unlocking one's memories and all that stuff. And my point is that I think that what you do on a daily basis, and so certainly what the CEO's office and department heads and supervisors, et cetera, I think it's a matter of explaining, as you've done through numerous training sessions, what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior, period. Let's face it, everybody has bias, period. That's just a fact. And not just talking about people. We have biases towards food. We have biases towards clothes. We have a whole host of biases. The real solution simply is how we control those in our day-to-day relationships. And so again, I have a little, I'd be interested when you come up with developing this training program on this unconscious implicit bias. I'd be curious to see what that really entails. So just a question. So again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I'll be happy to share it with you, the concepts with the board as we get closer to developing it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Continuing with the goals there was a sub-bullet there talking about developing employee resource groups to expand internal diverse groups that build community. So could you tell us a little more about these employee resource groups and what the idea is there?
Thank you, Supervisor Elliott, and Mr. Davis will chime in as well. Really what we're looking at is exploring these different types of resource groups. There are other counties that have maybe a veterans resource group that's veterans among their own county employees weighing in on different types of issues. Some of them, I think LA County had a Hispanic focused group and a women's focused group. Is that correct, Mr. Davis?
Yes. So in one of the models we did look at, we're looking at different counties, and San Diego County has a robust actual employee resource group, which Ms. Hopkins mentions, the military group or a women's group. And these basically are some way for employees to come together to talk about what they notice with people that have common interests, and then see how they can actually bring it to the county or just actually make sure that there's some kind of awareness of what they notice. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to see if we can research this. We're in the research phase. We're not implementing it, and then see if this is something that's applicable to San Joaquin County.
In the discussions with the EEOAC, one of the things that they mentioned was continuing employee engagement, and this is one factor that some organizations have used to increase employee engagement. So for the purposes of the 2022 plan, it's more to research, look at this, and continue conversations with the EEOAC if it's something that we would recommend or not recommend.
Okay. Still a little fuzzy on that, but nonetheless, if it can establish greater collaboration and discussion, it's probably a good thing.
It still needs to be researched, just very in the development stages.
Okay. When we get over into this is still talking about goals, but it talks about establishment of equal employment opportunity goals. And one of the items mentioned here in the staff report is San Joaquin County doesn't arrive at diversity through the use of hiring or promotion quotas, but instead keeps diversity in mind. when conducting outreach and recruitment efforts. So my question is, how does that interact with the overall goal, or at least what should be the overall goal of the organization, to hire and promote the most capable, best candidates, people who achieve the greatest results? Is there any competition among with that goal when we're looking at this idea of keeping diversity in mind? Are we, in fact, penalizing someone who is more qualified or gets better results to achieve diversity?
That's a great question, and the answer is no. The goal of this program is that when a department has an individual opening and is it going to develop their recruitment outreach plan, that we can use the underutilization data to help us in our outreach activities in the community and where we might advertise. But at the end of the day, Supervisor Elliott, you're absolutely correct. We want to hire the most qualified candidate. So really these goals is just to continue to diversify our outreach. The recruitment process is still very focused on qualifications, knowledge, skills, and abilities, and hiring the best person for the job.
Great. Okay. When we get over into some of the attachments, when we look at the snapshots of the county employee workforce, it appears that, I mean, this wasn't really highlighted during the presentation, but it appears that the group that has the greatest underrepresentation is the group of male employees. And I think that was the case the last time we had this. So, what are we doing about that? Why is it that male employees are underrepresented by 19.1%?
So I'm not sure that I know the statistical reason for that. What I can share with you is that in public sector tends to drive and attract female candidates sometimes more than it does male candidates. And in our organizations such as San Joaquin County, and I've seen this when I've talked to some of the other counties, we hire in professions that sometimes are predominantly female, such as your eligibility workers, your social workers. Nursing I've seen go back and forth, but historically nursing's been a predominantly female profession. And in our organization, we tend to have more of that than maybe some private sector organizations.
Okay. Are we using that previous segment that we talked about and goals? Are we using what we stated there as efforts to recruit highly qualified individuals who are also males?
Absolutely. I don't know that I can speak to what happened in the last 2 years. I know I can speak to what our team has talked about doing moving forward. I will note, though, that one of the challenges with that, and I'll say it the easiest way I can explain it is there's not that many, like, male nursing associations, for example, the same way there might be a Hispanic nursing association. So we just have to continue to do outreach to all sectors of our organization and all sectors of our community to try to bring those candidates into our organization.
Right. Okay. Well, so I highlighted the male underrepresentation, and then if you go down a few lines on that same page, it talks about white male employee representation. So not only are they a subset of the male employee underrepresentation, but it says the white male employee representation in the workforce has actually decreased by 1%. So that's getting even worse. So I just wanted to point that out here.
Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Okay, I think we've got most of them. I thought I had one more page I wanted to ask about. Oh, it kind of, you can never beat a dead horse too much, but to continue on that same thought here about the male representation, when you get over to attachment 3, where it compares the 2010 civilian workforce to the 2020 county employee workforce.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the gender and ethnicity portion of that table, it shows that in almost every category of males, it goes through the whole spectrum there, white, Hispanic, black, Asian, almost every category, the percentage of males has declined since 2010. So I think we really need to up the game a little bit here to increase the recruitment efforts towards getting males in the county workforce. Just my personal.
Understood. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Have any questions, Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to, pick up on Supervisor Wynn's point, when it comes to training that you're going to be implementing, is this programs you're going to bring to this board for us to approve what we're going to be doing as far as HR training and awareness and diversity and such?
If that's something the board would like to see us do, we're happy to do so.
I think so. Before we put anything new in, and depending on where it's going and how far it's veering to any particular direction, I think the board, I would like to see it, and I think this board should review whatever we're going to be promoting to our employees here in the county. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Wynn?
Real quick, to Supervisor Elliott's question or concern in regards to the decrease, I guess, or reduction. I just want to share, I've dealt with recruitment for a long time, and I will offer this. When I was at CHP, we had a massive recruitment effort for African Americans, period, male and female. It was interesting that the CHP is divided in 8 field divisions. The division from Fresno to Fort Tejon every year provided the most African American candidates of any other, which included the Bay Area, LA, San Diego, places like that. And the question arose is why? Because there's not a large African American population in the Central Valley, and yet we always produce the most candidates or applications. And I did meet with periodically the president of the NAACP in Modesto, and actually Stanislaus County. And her comments were very revealing, but essentially there was a better relationship between the African American community in the Central Valley with law enforcement than there was in the more metropolitan areas. And I remember once I had a student who was a fantastic student, African American female, who really wanted to be a police officer, and she was exceptional. But I remember calling her home once. She'd been absent for a few days, and come to find out her brother was killed in a drive-by shooting in Oakland. But while I was talking to her, her family was just yelling at her basically to get off the phone because they are adamantly opposed to her becoming a police officer. And the reason I bring that up is because irrespective of how we try to meet these diversity, I'll call them goals, there are some situations or areas that just don't attract a certain type of individual, whether it be male, female, whatever. And so we have to recognize that's a reality. I'm sure in the Sheriff's Department, I'm sure the vast majority of deputies are male. And I think with the CHP, since 1974, hiring female officers, I don't think they've gone over 500 female officers since 1974, of a force of about 7,500 officers. So my point is, it's great to have goals and to strive in those things, but sometimes you're never going to meet the basic labor force percentage because it just doesn't work. And so, and by the way, that young woman, last I heard from her, I was filling out a background questionnaire for LAPD. So, again, it's just a matter of circumstance, individual culture, those whole bunch of things. And we can't change it. We can try and certainly enter those areas to introduce ourselves and attract and share what we have. But sometimes there's things we have no control over. So I want to thank both of you certainly for what you do, because I know the challenges you face. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you too for this report. In terms of bringing all the training to the board, the last thing I want to do is have this board get bogged down in the minutia of all of our departments. So I'm going to leave, from my standpoint, I would leave that to your discretion, what's appropriate to bring forward to the board, and I would rely on our county administrator for that as well. And finally, I guess I would say, Supervisor Elliott, maybe part of the reason not as many men are being hired is because they're applying all that criteria fairly, and maybe more women are beating them out on the testing. It could be. You never know. I mean, there's way more females in colleges these days, so it's very possible that we're just recruiting a really great batch of high-performing, well-educated young women to come to work at the county. And my guess is that over a period of time, as Supervisor Wynn said, those kind of things will fluctuate back and forth. But it's just a thought. It could be. You never know. I think we'd all appreciate your report today, and I am looking for a motion to adopt the 2020-2022 San Joaquin County Equal Employment Opportunity Plan.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Plan is approved 5-0. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're close to the end, so I'm in favor of pushing through this. Say yes. All right. Next, we're going to have a presentation and a discussion of the plans for the administration of the November 3rd, 2020 presidential general election for San Joaquin County. And we're going to welcome back up our Registrar of Voters, Melinda Dubroff, to give us an overview of what we can expect.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, I think this election is probably the foremost thing that I see in the newspaper and anywhere in the news, on the radio, and what we're looking at is what is essentially helping the voter with this dilemma that they have: casting a ballot or protecting the health of their family. Now, there may be no reason to worry about going out into public, but there's a potential fear there for a lot of people. I think Dr. Park indicates, that our numbers are doing better, but we don't know what that's going to look like on November 3rd. So that's the voter's dilemma. The county's duty is to make sure that every eligible voter has safe and secure access to voting. So this election, we're going to offer more vote-by-mail opportunities. Some people don't even realize that's an option. We're going to have larger voting locations, more days to vote in person, and more ways to return the ballot directly to the registrar. Some of the concerns people have are about the U.S. Postal Service, and I'll talk about that in a moment. There's been a robust response by the state to address this issue, to make sure that every voter can cast a ballot safely and securely. There's been a couple of executive orders. The Secretary of State has provided guidance and emergency regulations that we must follow. And then Assembly bill and Senate bills have gone through. Fortunately, we've gotten additional HAVA funding. Thank you for the board for approving the grant that we're getting through the Secretary of State. Very much appreciate that. It's $1.2 million to make sure that we can conduct this election. So that's very significant. The costs that we incur that are over and above our regular election costs will be reimbursed as they're related to the coronavirus response. We're getting actually quite a bit of support from the Secretary of State with free personal protective equipment, offers of donations via the Secretary of State for masks and things like that. But we have our own items that we need to purchase. So the options for San Joaquin County voters. Every registered voter is mailed a ballot on October 5th. If you register after October 5th, we'll get a ballot in the mail to you within 2 business days. And on October 5th, we'll be issuing vote-by-mail ballots or in this building at the office on the 3rd floor, and that'll begin October 5th. We'll have, in an effort to reduce the foot traffic at polling places, sometimes the polling places are in small, even garages, but sometimes in small classroom or libraries at an elementary school, or the fireside room in a church. But we're going to be using mostly schools, mostly high schools and elementary schools. And we'll also have 4 days of in-person voting. So starting on Halloween, Saturday, October 31st, voters will be able to vote in person, and right up till the close of polls at 8 p.m. on Election Day. We'll have 25 official ballot drop boxes. We already have one downstairs that is open 24/7 and under camera. Most of the drop boxes that we'll have available starting October 6th are actually in our in small businesses around the county. We had various corporations indicate to the Secretary of State that they were interested in helping us out and putting out official ballot drop boxes. But I got to tell you, the business owners in this county just stepped up. We're in 2 different feed stores. We're in mom and pop restaurants and things like that. It's just wonderful. And at this point, different corporations are just now getting back to us talking about, well, where would we put these things? It's the people who live here that are really taking this to heart and serving the residents. Accessible vote by mail is available to all registered voters this election. In the past, it was only available to members of the military, voters living overseas, and people who attest to a disability. Accessible vote by mail allows a voter to use their computer as a screen reader, where they would essentially download a ballot, vote it on their computer like a ballot marking device, but then they have to print it out and turn it into us. It's a regular paper ballot, and it's all human readable once it's printed out. So that's going to be a real benefit to voters who at the last minute aren't able to get to the poll or get a ballot in the mail in time, but they don't want to go to the polls. There's a lot of ways that voters will be able to take advantage of this. So as I said, there are some differences from previous election. This is just a comparison. In the primary, we had every voter was assigned a polling place that they had to go to. Vote by mail was by request. And if you're a permanent vote by mail voter, that means you put in a request in to get a ballot automatically mailed to you every election. And this time that's obviously expanding to everyone. In the last election, we had a very successful experience with our 4 voter service centers. Frankly, that was a stretch for us at the time. I'm sure glad we did, because we worked out a lot of procedures and things that we're going to apply to the 34 voter service centers that we'll have open this election. So I'm really glad we took that extra step in the primary. Our drop boxes had been at all 7 city halls. In this case, some of the city halls don't anticipate being open to the public on election day or during the month of October. So not all city halls will have drop boxes, but each of the city halls will have a nearby location for a drop box. So, Drive Up Democracy was a program where we had pop-up locations in over 4 days in the county, like the ACE train. This time, after some feedback from the voters and given our election circumstances, we'll have at the city halls staff available to receive ballots from people as they're driving up, and of course, accessible vote by mail is available to all voters. 80% of the registered voters in San Joaquin County are already permanent vote-by-mail voters. 75% of the ballots cast in the primary were vote-by-mail ballots. So that's a significant peek into how our voters vote. And it's good to remember that 20% of the voters aren't interested in signing up to get a ballot by mail. And then there's another percentage of eligible voters that probably either aren't registered or aren't even aware. So although the numbers are high, we know there is a group of people who aren't used to voting by mail. It is popular. Sometimes in California it used to be called absentee voting. They called it's now vote by mail. In Colorado they call it vote at home. And that's kind of one of our mottos for this election. Stay at home, vote at home. Take your time around the kitchen table, and you can turn it into us, hopefully early. We want to see those ballots back early. In the voter instructions, we say, as soon as you've made your decisions, vote the ballot and turn it in. We want to be able to report as many votes as possible on election night. So people vote at home, but they don't necessarily return it through the mail. And that's why I think people are calling it vote at home instead of vote by mail. We had 40,000 vote by mail ballots dropped off at the polls in the March primary. And I think that speaks to the fact that people like going to the polls. Whether they're voting a vote by mail ballot or they're picking up a ballot at the polls, they like to go to the polls. It's that civic experience, taking your kids, getting that I voted sticker. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be greatly reduced this election. I don't think people are going to have a family affair going to the polls this election. So we are including the I voted sticker in with the vote by mail envelope. Fortunately, good news, that's a reimbursable expense on our grant. I don't anticipate necessarily doing that in the future, but those I voted stickers are one of the main things I hear from people about why they want to go to the polls. It's important to them. So I would say as soon as a voter makes their decision, votes their ballot and turns it in, then they can put on that I voted sticker. 8,000 vote by mail ballots were dropped off at city halls and Drive Up Democracy. That's a lot, considering, that's kind of a new feature for San Joaquin County voters. And I think that, we're going to see that number skyrocket. 8,000, that may be, one day in one city of what we get at the drop boxes. So, there are a lot of concerns that people have about vote by mail voting. I think one of the most fundamental pieces of it is having accurate voter rolls. we add and update, cancel and inactivate voters on a daily basis. It's a dynamic database, getting data from voters. From the Secretary of State and from other counties. We update our information from vital records departments. There's also an aspect of voter responsibility. I know it's not the first thing people think of when they move or they have a loved one that passed away, but it is important and helpful for people to update their voter records. The ballots that go out are also non-forwardable. That's kind of jargon. What it means is the ballot that goes out, if you are not at that address, the Postal Service will not forward it to your wherever you've put in your change of address for. It will come back to our office. And if someone gets a ballot and to an address where the voter it's addressed to no longer lives, they can put that right back to us and through the Postal Service, and we'll be able to update the records. That's how we would inactivate someone. On Friday of last week, we sent out a mailing to all the registered voters in San Joaquin County. It's a cardstock mailer, pretty fancy color cardstock mailer, also mercifully reimbursable by the grant. And it is also non-forwardable, and so it's going to be a good test run of what ballots we would get back of the ones we're sending out on October 5th. So not only is that mailer great communication for the voters to understand what's new and different this election, but it will help us with the security of the mailing of the ballots. Communication and coordination with the Postal Service. We have weekly calls that the Secretary of State facilitates with the Postal Service. We have weekly calls with our regional USPS representative in Sacramento. And one of our employees, the USPS vote by mail, one of the coordinators in my office, used to work for the Postal Service. So he calls our local postmasters on a weekly basis to get updates, and he speaks their language. So that is very helpful. And we have the bat phone to the Postal Service. They know if we get word that there's a delay in mailing or an issue, they're going to get a call from me. And I also, on the calls, have addressed questions. I see something on the TV of, pictures of mailboxes and sorting machines. I asked them directly, what is going on with this? This looks terrible. And they gave me straight up answers, and I feel comfortable with the answers I got. Another aspect of the security of the mailing is empowering voters with information and tools that can help them watch, basically, their ballot track through the system. So the first thing to do is making sure that they have a correct mailing address. Doesn't help anyone if the ballot is going to an address that's not up to date. So registertovote.ca.gov is the place to do that, to register and update your mailing address. Voterstatus.sos.ca.gov is a place where you can just check to see, without going through the registration process, check to see what your mailing address is in our records here with the county, and then you'd know whether to update or not. Also, as the election moves forward, voter status will indicate what date the ballot was mailed. Most of us will have October 5th as the mailing date. If the county has received it and if it was counted, if not, why not? So that's a very valuable tool. The The one tool that is new for this election that's going to allow voters to watch the ballot through the Postal Service system is where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. Where's My Ballot? It is a way to sign up and get email, text, or phone alerts at each touch point within the postal system and within the registrar of voters. So if you sign up for Where's My Ballot, you'll get a notice on October 5th that the ballot has hit the post office in Sacramento. And that's the main distribution facility. And then as it gets to your letter carrier, you'll see that come your way. And then when you mail it back to the county, you'll see it get here. It's arrived at the West Lane post office, and ROV is picking it up, and then again it'll follow up with if the ballot was counted. If not, why not? So these tools are very powerful for voters, but we also understand there's a digital divide. And in all of our materials, we encourage voters to call us, and we will either walk them through the process, or we can sign them up for the Where's My Ballot alerts just right over the phone. So the security of the voted vote by mail ballots, like I mentioned, going through the Postal Service, or returning it directly to us through those ballot boxes or here at the office. The bottom line is it's one person, one signature, one vote. So we may mail you your ballot on October 5th. You call us and say that your dog ate it. We send you a new one. You never received it. Okay, we send you a third replacement ballot. Well, we're only going to count one ballot. So when that ballot comes back, the first ballot from that voter we get, we're going to check that signature. If it matches that one person, then that's their vote. And so if a voter receives or reports receiving more than one ballot, it's about what we count back at the office. So I think that's important for people to understand. The vote by mail process in our office really emphasizes the chain of custody and making sure that the voter's intent on their ballot is reflected in the outcome and in the election results. So we welcome people to come to our office. It's transparent. We want people to see what's going on. On the other hand, we have our maximum occupancy of a room is limited this election, and we want all of those people to be election workers. So ISD has helped us replace some of our security cameras, and we'll connect those to an observation station in our office. Also, thank you for approving the grant for all of these wonderful changes. Our office here on October 5th will be open for voting, and then the 34 voter service centers. One of the pieces that we were looking at is just having the voter service centers issue vote by mail ballots. But with the new regulations, people will be able to cast a ballot right then and there, like a live regular ballot at a polling place. So that will be part of the process as well. Our public health protocols at the voter service centers, we originally shared with the county superintendents of the school districts because of our desire to have these voter service center locations in schools. So we really tightened it up. I worked with Dr. Park to make sure we included all the features that she would recommend. some things we hadn't thought of. So are now on those public health protocols, and we'll be posting those on the web as well. But mostly, it's the pretty obvious stuff: social distancing, PPE worn by staff and offered to the public. We cannot turn any voter away, regardless of whether they're wearing a mask or not. So masks will be offered, and we will encourage people to wear a mask, but they're coming in to vote. It doesn't matter if they're wearing a mask or not, in terms of their participating in democracy. So we'll try to set up an area so that people who are not wearing masks aren't mingling with those who are. But we don't want to separate anybody out, so we're just going to make that as optional. Voters care about each other, so hopefully that will work out. Other public health protocols: keeping the voters at foot traffic in one direction, and hand sanitizer. Staff is going to wipe down voting booths and things like that. Our touchscreen, our ballot marking devices, the touch writer, is the type of touchscreen that can be used with a Q-tip. It's the only touchscreen voting machine on the market that does that. Recently learned, so that's good news. Q-tips will. Very cost-effective way of handling that. We're really excited about what's going on at the county fairgrounds. So we're going to have a regular voter service center. We're also going to have contactless drive-through voting, where you can stay in your car. You can either ahead of time or after when you arrive, fill out the ballot request form, and we'll go get the ballot for you. You stay in the car. We give you the ballot. You can vote in your car, and then we'll have someone manning a ballot box afterward. So we're really kind of modeling it after, how they do COVID testing, contactless interaction with the public. We will have a by appointment only location for individuals and household cohorts that want to come in but are concerned. I don't know. It's kind of a pilot. It's something that the Secretary of State recommended. It's either going to be quite popular or, we'll hear crickets. But part of this is we don't know. And we want to just be sure that the ballot is there for the voter. And so that's why we're offering the by appointment only option. On that by appointment only, staff has raised concern of, well, if somebody wants to by appointment only, doesn't that maybe mean that they are concerned about their contagiousness, or, what do we do when there's someone without a mask? And the truth is, we're going to treat every voter like they are contagious. I know that sounds terrible, but we will be wearing shields. We're going to have the PPE in place, so it doesn't matter who you are, what your health condition is. We're going to make sure you're able to cast a ballot, and practicing social distancing. Our staff is going to be there. All right, I'm sorry. Voter outreach and education, the mailer I mentioned. We're having voter education virtual workshops using Teams, Microsoft Teams, digital ads online with Comcast, where we have a video of life of a vote by mail ballot that is going to help educate the public on what really goes on. So we'll have some coordinated messaging on various platforms. Protecting our elections. ISD has really been a help for us in putting together our cybersecurity posture to protect the election. Now, most of intrusions and risk points come from employees in any organization. People, you know, one of the social media giants, their intrusion was based on social engineering of an employee in the office. Well, 100% of our employees have completed the training, and we have regular email phishing tests throughout the county, and particularly in ROV. We have a segmented, secure ROV infrastructure and a unified. So all of this sounds like technical terminology, right? Endpoint protection management security platform. It means that each place a computer is, it is being monitored. Wherever there's a computer or a way to enter our network, it is being monitored, not only through the programs that we've purchased from third-party vendors, but also the Department of Homeland Security and CISA, the Cyber Security Infrastructure Agency, and they've done a lot of testing on our systems. We're really proud of how our existing cyber security, endpoint protection, how our existing system proved to be a barrier to the testing we got from DHS. Every time they tried to get deeper into our system, they came up against a brick wall. So we're very proud of that. And really the election integrity that protects our system is not just this technical security, though. It is the part of election integrity being public confidence. And so the more people learn about what we do, the more they're exposed to the different websites that they can empower themselves, I think the more public confidence people will have. So expectations on election night, we'll have early returns of vote by mail at 8:30. The voter service centers will have some ballots that will be reported after that because we will have live ballots like we have at polling places that are cast at the voter service center. But the majority of the ballots reported on election night will be the vote by mail ballots. And we'll have results updated throughout the canvas, and you know there'll be some ballots that are eligible that we don't get for a couple of weeks because it is if the vote by mail ballot is postmarked on or before election day. Now, in the past, we've had 3 days where there was a grace period for people who had a postmarked ballot. This time, it goes out all the way to November 20, but the fact is that we rarely get something that's actually eligible beyond that 3-day period. So I would be surprised to see any new ballots coming in that late. Certified results 30 days after election, and we want to make sure that people set their expectations based on trusted sources of information. So that would be the Secretary of State's website and this county's website. So 49 days until Election Day. Here we are. It's coming right up, and I really appreciate your patience with this presentation.
Thank you. It's complicated, and it sounds like you and your team are on top of it. So we appreciate that very much. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Elliott?
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for that very thorough presentation. So understand now that all registered voters are going to be mailed a ballot. And then understand there will be 4 days of balloting, and then we've got 24 or 25 locations where ballots can be dropped off. So why are we extending it so much?
Extending which part of it?
Well, we're extending the time that people can vote in person. We're extending we've increased the time for vote by mail, apparently. We've expanded the number of locations throughout the county that votes can be dropped off. So it just raises concerns about security. I mean, are all of these voting locations going to be manned 24 hours a day or secured 24 hours a day, physically secured, I mean?
You mean the official ballot drop boxes?
Right. Just any place where ballots can appear.
Yeah.
Are those going to be secured?
Right. The drop box downstairs is the only outdoor drop box that's 24/7. It is under camera. The rest of the drop boxes are inside establishments, and so they are closed during. They're only open during the business hours of the establishment. On election day, they'll be open, or we'll be receiving those ballots from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. The security is under camera, and some counties have their drop boxes outdoors, and that was a choice we made not to have outdoor drop boxes. So I think that's a little more secure having them indoors.
Okay, but still now we've got 24 versus even the 8 that we had in the primary. And several months ago, we went through this whole process to talk about the Voter Choice Act, and we decided at that point, based on feedback that we had gotten, that most people preferred going to their traditional polling location. So why now do we seem to be going back toward what the Voter Choice Act options were, in disregard to what people had said they wanted?
Yeah. Well, we're doing it because it's state law for this particular election. There may be pieces of the process that we, want to carry on into the future. Right now, it is specific to this election. Under state law. I think having the 4 days of in-person voting might help ease the congregate setting, the congestion at the polling place or the voter service center on election day. The extra days to receive a postmarked ballot, I think, are possibly in anticipation of the burden on the postal service. So I think these are very much geared toward, at least in our county, just for this election in accordance with state law.
Right. And then we talked about making sure the voter rolls were accurate. How confident are we that those are accurate?
I'm confident that we're doing everything that we can to keep them as accurate as possible. So we get voter information from the Secretary of State, from the DMV, from the U.S. Postal Service. We get information from the Department of Corrections and from public health agencies on decedents. So I'm confident that we're processing that information in a timely way and accurately.
Okay, and following up there on your statement earlier about one signature, one vote, how do we verify those signatures? And now that ballot harvesting is legal, it just seems that it's more important than ever that we do validate those signatures. But how do we do it? Does one person compare it to something that's on file, or how?
Yes, that's correct. So every vote by mail ballot that is returned The signature on the vote by mail envelope is compared to the signature on file in the voter registration record. So if the signature doesn't match, we send a letter to that voter saying that, your signature didn't match, perhaps it changed, maybe you need to re-register. There's a form, an unsigned ballot statement for the signatures that are just missing, and on the envelope. A signature verification statement to follow up, because each of the ballots, the vote by mail ballots, needs to have a signature verification comparing what's on the envelope to what's in the voter's record. And if it doesn't match, we do some outreach to see if we can cure that mismatch.
So that's an individual, a live person that's doing the comparing.
That's correct. That's correct. We give them some training on, the types of features that can be picked up in a signature. I mean, some of them are just very obviously a perfect match. Some of them are very obviously needing to be reviewed by other people. So the first line staff is really just picking out any signatures that have any question, and a supervisor reviews it. And before any of the signatures are discounted as not matching, it goes through several layers of review. In the last couple of elections, I reviewed each of them myself. Each of the signatures that were considered at the day before certification, the signatures that were considered a mismatch and not countable.
Okay. All right. And how confident are you that the training that these election workers receive is sufficient for them to be able to tell whether a signature matches or not?
I'm confident. We have a small group of people that do it. It's not a bunch of a large group of poll workers or something like that. We have a computer system that pulls up the signature on file, and then on screen the signature picture from the envelope. And so we're able to keep that group because of the efficiency of that program. We can keep the group to, 5 people max, 3 or 4 people, so that we can give them training. If they have questions, we're right there. So they learn about different slants of signatures. The California Association of Clerks and Election Officials brings in a signature verification. We have signature verification training, and those materials it's a train the trainer kind of situation. We share those materials with the frontline staff on that.
All right, great. I just think that security of the voting system is going to be a major concern this time around. Just because of all the mailing that's going out, even if people didn't request to receive a mailed ballot, they're going to get one in the mail. We've already heard on the news about one of the states in the recently conducted primaries where they had over 1,000 cases of ballots that had some inconsistencies because of the mail system that was used. And so I would say that's going to be the major challenge, is to assure the public that these are all valid votes and that the integrity of the election system has been maintained. So I applaud your efforts to make sure we've secured to the maximum extent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the efforts you're making. Unfortunately, some of these things are out of your hands, and they're required. I firmly believe that this election will be catastrophic. I don't care who wins. It's going to be catastrophic at the national level, possibly at the state, and hopefully not at the county level. So I agree with Supervisor Elliott in regards to making sure that we do everything we can to maintain the integrity. I guess one of the concerns I have is that, for at least in this county for years, and you put up the numbers in regards to the 80% who vote by mail, basically previously, absentee ballot, which I think obviously has been working very well, but with a minimum amount of discrepancies or questions. The other side of it, though, is unfortunately, by mailing every registered voter, and I understand your unwillingness maybe to say absolutely that the voter registry files are 100% accurate, because we all know that's not true, and it can't be. And I think that's the concern. The concern is, first of all, state of California has a net deficit as far as population. People are leaving in droves, which means most of them probably registered voters. They're gone. But there will be a ballot mailed to that address, depending on who lives there. That it'll either go in the trash can or whatever. And I think that's the concern. Is that ballot is an extremely valuable instrument, and I think the discussion is not letting that fall into somebody's hands that doesn't actually belong to it. So there'll be legal battles on that particular issue. Also, I'm assuming that if somebody has been historically voting absentee, they're not going to get one of these ballots that you're mailing to every household. Is that correct? Or is there not going to be any absentee ballots per se sent out? Just everybody gets a ballot, absentee or not.
Yeah, everyone is going to get the same vote by mail ballot. It's a mail ballot election, so they'll all get a ballot. It'll look the same whether they're a they've been voting by mail, or if this is new to them. The mailing that we sent out last week is just an informational card.
It would seem to me that maybe the better method would put in that particular card informing individuals of the potential for getting I'll call it absentee, since that's what I use, an absentee ballot, and they could follow up on that, which means that request is made by a live individual to your office, and then there's a return. But I understand you can't do that. So again, that's a moot point. But I am concerned, and I believe that I'm not sure that there's going to be any decisive winner on November 3rd at the national level, and probably a lot of other races. And unfortunately, I based upon what happened in New Jersey, what happened in New York, the 6-8 week delay in regards to determining a winner, which everybody questions, or the lack of counting ballots, thousands of ballots in New Jersey. I guess my concern, and you made a comment, I know there's a lot of information about, removing mailboxes and all those other things. Unfortunately, that just fuels the fire and puts more doubt in the minds of the electorate that this election, and come November 3rd, whoever loses is going to believe that the election has been stolen, as a lot believe of 2016. And so you're kind of in the center of all this, trying to do everything you can to convince our residents that we're doing everything possible to protect, as Supervisor Elliott, the integrity of the election. So again, if there's anything that we can do to help, et cetera, but I would, and I'm sure you're already doing, but anything you can do to alleviate even the impression of impropriety that you employ, because I would suspect that probably almost every county, I hate to say that, but we're a large county, and we'll probably all get sued by somebody. And so the more documentation we have in place, and certainly with Chris and his operation and maintaining the integrity of the technology, I would just say be prepared, and certainly with county council, establish I don't want to say a defense, but certainly a reasonable response to some of the allegations I'm sure will occur, and it doesn't matter who wins. So I wish they would have tried this new mail to everybody ballot in 2022 or 2024 or possibly back in March of this year, because this is too important of an election to have, and I believe that there will be those for 4 years that will believe that their candidate didn't win because somebody stole the election because of some corruption or misuse. So I appreciate your efforts, and I hope things go smoothly for San Joaquin County. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many registered voters do we have in San Joaquin County?
About 340,000.
340,000. And how many voters vote on average, or if we have an average, or in this last primary, of the 340,000? How many voted in the primary?
How many of those voters voted in the primary? Well, we had a turnout of about 40%, 45% in the primary. Some of those people who voted have, may have left town, and we have new voters on the rolls. So I'd need to look at that.
What's our percentage? How many people vote in general normally? We obviously don't get 100%. Are we at 70%, 90%, 60%?
In the last presidential election, we had about a 67% turnout.
67%. So if 67%, you've got roughly 33% of 340,000. We've got tens of thousands of ballots that'll be out there that aren't normally turned in.
Eligible voters who don't vote?
Right.
Correct.
So if we're worried about ballot harvesting and fraud and such, how do you prevent something like that? I mean, if we started to get 95%, I'm not saying it's going to happen in that grand scheme, but I'm concerned about some of these, some of the people that might, we've got political, advocates that will do everything and anything they can to take an election in any capacity, and to them the end justifies the means. What do we do? I mean, I don't even know how accurate I know when I'm calling to registered voters when I'm running for office, I'm getting a lot of numbers. I've moved. I don't live here anymore, and they're still registered. And this isn't just one or two. We're talking about dozens and dozens and dozens of calls daily. I would come across where they were flat out not here. They were not available. Numbers are disconnected and such. There's an address. That phone number is disconnected, and that person's a registered voter in our files. So, we've got the possibilities here of, ballots being mailed to addresses where people may or may not even exist any longer. You've got the ability to turn in ballots. I'm just layering on the questions here and just seeing what can we do to protect. We've got ballots going to be counted 17 days later. I can go buy a commercial stamp machine. I can postmark it. I can set up the computer that says November 2nd. I can print up, 200 ballots 15 days later, stamp them November 2nd, and drop them in a mailbox. Will they be counted?
If the signature if it's postmarked on or before Election Day, and we receive it before the deadline, which is November 20th, and the signature on the back of the envelope that was addressed to that voter matches the signature we have on file, there would be no evidence to disqualify that ballot.
So if it ends up in a mailbox 15 days after November 3rd, it's counted?
If we receive it by November 20th and it is postmarked on or before Election Day, and the signature matches, yes. I don't. When you say if it ends up in a mailbox, it needs to be in our possession by November 20th.
Right. So you can take. This is a hypothetical, but let's say somebody needs X amount of votes. They can do a same-day registration, which I believe is legal in the state of California. Correct?
Conditional voter registration.
Okay.
If you miss the voter registration deadline, the voter can come in person and register, and that's where they'll need to cast their ballot.
In person in the building.
Yes.
So they couldn't do that remotely because the ballot's been mailed somewhere.
If a person needs to do the same day registration, it needs to be done in person. Although we certainly can accommodate someone with a disability that can't leave their home, we would be able to serve any voter, but they do need to come to the office in most circumstances.
Understood. I know we've asked this in the past, but how accurate the voter rolls are, and you said you get updates from the state all the time. What efforts are there? If I can call dozens of people a day and find out that they no longer live here or the numbers are disconnected, and I'm one single person reaching out to a very small microcosm of what's countywide, what efforts are being done then to actually validate what ballot would be actual when it's sent somewhere?
Well, first on the voter data part, I would encourage any candidate to purchase the voter data directly from us, the county, because that gives you the most recent snapshot of the registered voters in the county. I think sometimes folks purchase from third parties, or whatever, consultants or whatnot, which is fine, but the most recent data is really the snapshot from our office. The voter who has moved, hopefully they re-register and update their records, but we're not an investigative body. We're not stalking the voters to find out if they've moved. So we really do rely on the voter to re-register or notify us that they've moved, or in the case of the Postal Service, if they put in a change of address through the Postal Service, or they've been incarcerated. We do get that information from other sources. But it takes some responsibility on the voter to register to vote.
I have a question. One last question. Who monitors the 34 voter stations that you're going to have? You said there's one outside our building that's going to have a camera on it. The other ones that are going to be open inside of buildings, is there going to be somebody from the register, from your office there, as people can stop by and drop in ballots?
Okay, so let me clarify on the numbers. The voter service centers are essentially polling places. They're in the 34 locations, so they're like in gyms, and they're fully staffed by our employees.
Okay.
The ballot drop boxes, the 24, 25 of them, those we do not have someone stationed there. The scenario, it sounds like you were imagining, the drop box is there. People can come in and out of the establishment. There's a restaurant and catering. There's a deli, things like that. So people will have access to returning the ballot directly to us through that official ballot drop box. Our staff will come out, as frequently as, twice a day if necessary to get those ballots out of the drop box. We have a chain of custody process, et cetera.
Drop box closed and picked up after November 3rd, so November 4th, that drop box is no longer out in the public.
Yes. So at 8 o'clock, when the polls close on November 3rd, that box will be locked up. And we'll have a team of people there, no less than 2 people for chain of custody, 2-person integrity purposes, to take that final ballot. If there's a line of people wanting to put their ballot in that drop box, whoever's in the back of the line by 8 o'clock, they get to put it in that box.
Understood. Okay. I know this is going to be a big challenge, and this isn't something we even asked for, but this is being imposed, and there's a lot at risk and a lot of concerns. So I know we're vetting it and sharing it and talking about it, but there's a lot of concerns out there, so I know we need to be very careful on the integrity of what we're doing.
Absolutely, and we've really gone through and are making sure that our procedures are documented and up to date. To Supervisor Wynn's, point about making sure that we dot every I and cross every T, and we want to be able to point to the procedures and say that's exactly what we did. And we're getting a lot of help from ISD on these procedures as well. And so I'm as concerned as I think almost every American is about how this election is going to go. What is November 4th going to look like? The part I can play is to make sure that we have a fair, impartial, and accurate election here in San Joaquin County.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. You said that not all the city halls are opting to have drop boxes because they're not going to be open, but that in every instance, if they're closed, there'll be a drop box location very close.
Yes.
Will those city halls post signage then that says no drop box here, but 2 blocks that direction at El Pollo Loco, you can drop your ballot?
Yes, the staff has talked about that. I haven't seen the draft of the sign yet, but we'll provide the sign laminated to the city clerks, and they'll put it up. But on Election Day, we will have people at each city hall, because I think people inherently imagine City Hall would be a location to drop off a ballot. So we want to facilitate that on Election Day.
Great. And then the last thing, I had passed along some information about a Zuckerberg Foundation grant to also cover COVID election costs. What's
so we applied online for one of the grants. It was I don't know how they're actually just. We provided a W-9. We provided some information, but that was really all they asked for. So I'm not sure how they're going to determine what funding they're going to provide. It seemed a little unclear. There was a pool of money. You put your name in the hat, and then I think they'll just decide how much they give us.
Great. I hope they just give us a whole lot of money to help.
I hope so too.
To get more of these costs reimbursed. So, thank you. We appreciate Did you have anything, Supervisor Villalpudua?
I just wanted to say, thank you for the presentation. I know you have a tough job, and keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to move to our comments and committee reports before we announce closed session. I have just a real brief report to the board. On September 9th, this board and county counsel's office received 2 emails from a member of the public who made an ethics charge against the supervisor. Shortly thereafter, I met with county counsel to discuss the matter. Since then, a member of this board has brought this same charge to county counsel. Our protocol is for county counsel to conduct an investigation into charges of any violation of our code of ethics, and then, if warranted, bring it forward as soon as possible for discussion in public by the full board. I have requested that county counsel begin such an investigation. Since this matter was not brought to our attention before the agenda was published, it was not agendized for today's meeting, which is why there was no discussion today. But I want to just report to the board the process has begun. We will wait for county counsel to complete his investigation and make recommendations to the board. If warranted, the matter will be agendized for discussion at our next board meeting, which is October 6th. So we'll just where this goes. So are there any other committee reports? Supervisor Wynn?
Just real briefly, the San Joaquin Regional Policy Council is doing our Valley Voice by Zoom. And at last Wednesday's call, we were told that we received $20 million for the diamond, also for $16 million for an interchange in Tulare County. So $36 million total that we've received based on our trips back to D.C.
That's great. Nice work. Supervisor Elliott? No? No reports? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real briefly, I want to publicly recognize Fritz Buckman had informed all of us that our fleet division was ranked number 9th in the nation. Imagine that, in the entire nation, of the 2020 Government Green Fleets Awards, and special recognition, of course, to Deputy Director Jim Stone and Fleet Manager Kevin Mayos and their entire team for making that possible, and that amazing accomplishment. And that's all, really. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. County Council, will you announce closed session, please?
The board will meet in closed session on the item listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back then for our service. I am going to suggest that we, no, but I think we're doing it virtually this afternoon. We will be back in here for our Service and Retiree Award presentation. I'm going to suggest, since we do have lunch here, I'm going to suggest that we we take 30 minutes and then head into closed session. I know that's going to push off our service announcements, but what does the board think? Or do we want to just take a quick break and go straight into closed session? At 1:50. Okay, so we're not ready to go to closed session then. So so with the Service and Retiree Award presentation, are they all set up? Do we want to just go ahead, take a 5-minute break, get back here and just do it and then go to closed session? I mean,
Oh, right.
Nobody's coming in. How long do we? Oh, okay, because on my agenda, it shows that we do closed session first. But let's just take since we're scheduled to start our Service Retiree Awards at 1:30. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in here at 1:30. We'll go ahead, we'll do our service awards, and then we'll go to closed session after that. Sound good? All right. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're back from our break. We are now going to have our Service and Retiree Award presentation, and I'm going to turn this over to our Human Resources Director, Brandy Hopkins, and staff. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you here today.
Thank you, Chair Miller and Supervisors. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Chair Miller and board members. Thank you for hosting our service award recognitions today, even though it's going to have a little bit of a different look and feel. Instead of seeing our honorees in the room, you're going to see them on screen in a few minutes, but we appreciate the ability to recognize them today. Just a little bit of background. It's the mission of the Human Resources for San Joaquin County to partner with all county departments, community organizations, and educational institutions to recruit, develop, and retain employees of the highest quality and competency and who represent the diverse community that we work and live in. Today, San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be part of the County Service Award Program, where we recognize hardworking employees who help us achieve the missions of our various county departments as we serve our community together. This award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and up to 40 years of service to our community. While today's ceremony will focus on individuals who've served 20 years or more of public sector service here in our San Joaquin County, employees with 10 to 15 years of service will receive a service pin available in their department. So each department will continue to recognize those individuals who are also not recognized here today. Employees with over 20 years of service are honored by the Board of Supervisors in an awards ceremony. Typically, the honorees and their families are invited to attend the service awards ceremony in the board chambers, and each honoree is individually recognized and provided an opportunity to spend time with the board and take pictures with the board. They're also provided a personal keepsake copy in recognition of their many years of service to San Joaquin County. Many of our presentations today have focused on the changes that we've had to do to recognize either the community or our employees due to COVID-19. As an alternative measure today, to ensure compliance with public health guidelines, we are doing our first virtual awards ceremony. We hope to be back in person soon. This is a nice touch when we can actually do this in person. But we really wanted to continue to recognize our dedicated employees who have committed so many years to our organization. All of our individual award honorees today are invited virtually, so they are listening in. Many departments are also listening in. I had a few department heads reach out to me and let me know that they would be participating remotely today. Our honorees received two long-lasting gifts, a service pin identifying the years of service and a framed matted print. We are hopeful that this is something our employees are proud to have and to display. On your screen are samples of the framed high-quality reproductions that our county employees may choose from. These are 19th and 20th century reproductions from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. Employees have a choice of 45 different historical figures, architecture, agriculture, and nature scenes to choose from. These prints include a brass plate identifying the employee and the years of service, and the employees will receive their prints approximately 30 days from now in their home departments. For our service awards today, 147 employees were eligible from 14 departments to participate. 59 employees requested to be honored publicly today. Some of those employees also provided a photograph which will be displayed as the names are called to recognize each of our honorees. Retirees are also recognized as part of our service award program. We had 91 employees from 15 departments retire between September of 2019 and April of 2020. We thank them for their dedication to San Joaquin County, and these retirees will be individually recognized at our next ceremony. Human Resources is proud to recognize employees for their years of service and dedication to our community. We thank the Board of Supervisors for providing this opportunity to express meaningful recognition to our employees who have made public service their career choice. We will now honor our employees with 20 years or more of service, and I will do my best to make sure I get everybody's name correct, so please bear with us. Starting with 35 years of service, we have 4 individuals who are being recognized today. Carolyn Bosch from the Sheriff's Department, David Dirksen from the District Attorney's Office, Deborah Kahn from San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association, and Monica Taylor from San Joaquin General Hospital. For 30 years of service, we're recognizing 9 employees today. Mary Aguirre from the District Attorney's Office, Celeste Fosgate from the Human Services Agency, Jill Fritchin from the Human Services Agency, Anna Gallegos, also from the Human Services Agency, Suzette Longoria from San Joaquin General Hospital, Robin Loving from Behavioral Health Services, Veronica Macias from the Community Development Services, Diana Martinez from Behavioral Health Services, and Maria Montalvo from the Employment and Economic Development Department. Moving on to our employees who've achieved 25 years of service, we have 10 employees being recognized today. Teresa Amador from the Department of Probation, Gerald Camara from San Joaquin General Hospital, Adele Campos, also from San Joaquin General Hospital, Scott Fitchner from the District Attorney's Office, Vincent Garza from San Joaquin General Hospital, Kathy Hanna from Behavioral Health Services, and Christine Kramer, also from Behavioral Health Services. Kathleen Medeiros from San Joaquin General Hospital, or Estella Sandoval, San Joaquin General Hospital. And lastly, for 25 years of service, Joaquin Vivero from Behavioral Health Services. We are recognizing 36 employees for 20 years of service today. Griselda Alberto from the Probation Department, Roxanne Brannon from the District Attorney's Office, Rodora Bustos from the Human Services Agency, Linda Butler from the Human Services Agency, Erica Chin from the Department of Probation, Andres Cortez from Public Works, April Dutra Diaz from San Joaquin General Hospital, Maria Elizondo from San Joaquin General Hospital, Cheryl Fowler from the Human Services Agency, Eleazar Galvin from San Joaquin General Hospital, Mark Gonzalez, also from San Joaquin General Hospital, Karen Marie Hebenstreich from the Sheriff's Office, Richard Hernandez, San Joaquin General Hospital, Tony Heinz from San Joaquin General Hospital, Catherine Hirsch from the Department of Probation, Karen Johnson from the Assessor Recorder County Clerk, Sofala Lay from the Human Services Department, Jennifer Macias from Human Services Agency, Tanya Mallory from the Employment and Economic Development Department, David Nauman from Probation Department, Lily Rose Palomares from the Human Services Agency, Stephanie Ramirez from the Department of Environmental Health, Michael Rice, Behavioral Health Services, Mary Robbins, Employment and Economic Development Department, Frank Rodriguez, the Human Services Agency, Norba Rental from the Assessor Recorder County Clerk, Andrea Saldana, San Joaquin General Hospital, Elizabeth Stockman, Employment and Economic Development Department, Carol Ann Tafoya, Human Services Agency, Delia Terrazas, Public Works, Ella Thompson, Employment and Economic Development Department, Christine Tuya, Emergency Medical Services, Michael Watson, Probation Department, Terrence West, Human Services Agency, Stephen Whiteman, Public Works, and Timothy Willett from the Information Systems Division. We thank all of these individuals for their time and dedication to San Joaquin County. Thank you very much, and if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you. It's always just a pleasure to recognize our employees who've given so much of their working careers to San Joaquin County, and this is no exception. To those of you listening on the phone, we miss you here. We wish that we were looking at you in person and being able to take pictures with you. I hope we will be able to make arrangements for any employees that do want their photograph taken with the members of the board at a later date when we can do that, that we can make arrangements for that.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. Comments from the board? Supervisor Villapudua?
Sure. Just want to thank all the employees for all their work and dedication to this county, and you're what make our county so special and great. And I'm hoping you continue to enjoy working here. And for those of you retired, congratulations. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's one of the highlights of the year is getting a chance to have employees come in like this when we have a ceremony, recognize, shake hands, thank you, and personally greet you for your dedication to this community that we all serve. And sorry that we're missing you today for this recognition. We appreciate your hopefully continued with many more years of dedication to the citizens and the residents of San Joaquin County. Thank you all for your contribution, and truly you are the face of our community, and the citizens turn to you more than any other for the help in what they need. So thank you for all that you do.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As was stated earlier, you are the backbone of the county. Without you, we wouldn't be here. So I also am disappointed we don't have an opportunity to shake hands and to see your face-to-face, and all of the other employees who attend to support them. So we look forward to a future photographic opportunity, and certainly maybe renew these in-person recognitions in the future. Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. And thank you to all of the members of the county workforce who have been recognized here today, and all the others who are on the list who unfortunately weren't mentioned specifically by name. But we appreciate all the service of everyone. And as I always do, I'd like to just highlight the total years of service represented by those who were on the staff report. 3,375 years of service. And that's just for the ones that were listed, not to mention those who have been here for 10 years, 15 years, 5 years, all of that dedicated service. And we certainly thank you and appreciate everyone on our county workforce. It's your efforts, your dedication that gives our county the great reputation that we enjoy. So we thank you for all that you do. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for providing the opportunity today to allow us to continue to recognize employees in this environment.
You bet. Appreciate it. We are going to adjourn to closed session then, and we are not expecting any announcements. We will be back here 9 a.m. on October 6th.
Correct.
We're adjourned. Thank you.